Hello everyone, and welcome back to, I guess this would be the final slow image video, because I'm going to assume that Fujieda's route will pretty much go like Madarame's. And Madarame was pretty much, yeah, just one single thing. Begin the story anew. Hold on, what does that mean? Wait a minute. What do you mean? I'm starting all the way from the start? What is going on? I've been watching over you all this time. All this time. Honestly, part of me wasn't sure how this was going to turn out. But I always believed that our wish would come true. And I still believe it now. Don't you? Chapter 0? The fuck? Here. Okay. So if Fujieda does not work like that, then okay. I'm sorry. I thought I knew. Me when I see my face in the morning. An ear-piercing scream woke me from my slumber. Oh, I thought if we were gonna be at chapter 0, we're gonna start at like the past or something. I guess not. Okay. So I guess Fujieda's route's gonna be chaptered. I could see the blinding white light of the TV faintly illuminating the rest of my room. I was lying face down on the sofa. Using both hands, I slowly pushed myself up into a sitting position. On screen, dramatic horror music played as an innocent woman was attacked by a villainous man. The rude awakening combined with the binge drinking, not beige, or rather a few hours ago, filled my brain with fog. I could only stare blankly at the flashing screen. Apparently, the attacker was a vampire. Scarlet blood dribbled from the woman's neck as the man sank his fangs in terror. Judging from the picture and audio quality, this was some old movie. Also, excuse how I sound. I'm literally not gonna lie to you. I literally woke up like nearly 20 minutes ago. I kind of like the unpolished feel to it. It was a perfect white noise for my fuzzy brain, and I stared at the screen entranced. So yeah, it's gonna take a little bit for the, I guess, the raspiness to disappear. The victim crumpled to her knees, and the vampire caught her with one arm because that's the cool thing to do. Her expression was pain, but the look in her eyes was faintly feverish. Yes. Yes. Ooh, those are teeth. The camera zoomed in for a close-up of the man's mouth, his pointy fangs stained red. Ew, I don't want to see all that stuff like I swear, every time we start up, he always says something that just catches me off guard. I find myself wishing he would bite me next. I wanted to feel his teeth in my neck. What did it feel like? I couldn't help but wonder. Horny on a Saturday morning. The next day, I was working the morning shift at Murase Clinic. The place was owned and operated. You know what? We already know that. Yep, we know that. Yep. Alright.
Miyata-san.
I called the next patient on my list. She rose from the bench where she was sitting and walked up to the reception desk.
600円になります。
Only pills in America cost that much. Stop. I processed her payment without once looking at her in the eye, and automatically moved on to my next task. Before I knew it, lunchtime had rolled around. Okay, I'm just gonna skip the parts that we already know. I don't know how often that'll appear, but I'm just letting you know now. I took the elevator up to the 3rd floor, to my apartment. There I sat down on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and had a smoke. On a whim, I looked over at the easel and flipped the canvases scattered around. My art was the one thing I could call a hobby. Mostly I did oil paintings, so my room always reeked of paint. And that being said, I mean, technically we kind of know this. As I watched the pale smoke rise to the ceiling, the door swung open. Yay! Oh, I'm sorry. It's just Dr. really sat there and said, yeah, I lied about your entire past because I wanted you to be happy. Like, I get it, but don't sit there and decide for me. See, Taku, this is why you're on the bottom of the list. You just barely. No, actually, no. No, I'm just gonna put you at the same level as Madarame. And fuck it. Fuck it. In walked Taku and Rei, the latter of whom was carrying a big paper bag. He loved to cook and would frequently bring his creations to my apartment. For some reason, the 3 of us would always eat up here together. Really? You don't go to Yanagawa? He doesn't like silence. As soon as they walked in, they both started complaining. As they do. Setting aside the mess, I had a very good reason to keep the TV on as much as possible. Yes, he has been. Yep. Yeah. Okay. No! Taku grabbed the remote and powered the TV off. Will we finally get an answer to why he doesn't like silence and cold? What happened? What truly happened? What's wrong with you, Towa? It sounds so bad to just ask him. It's literally the question, what happened to you? What is wrong with you? Meanwhile, Rei tidied up the coffee table, then pulled a series of plastic containers from the paper bag. He said Hamburg. This says Salisbury. Those are not the same thing. At least I don't think so. Ooh, pudding. Sorry. I just saw it. I was like, ooh, pudding. I haven't had pudding in a while. Sounds really good. He opened the containers one by one to reveal each dish. For what, pudding? As they chatted, they worked quickly to set the table. What's wrong, Towa? Something feels wrong. Meanwhile, I leaned back against the sofa. I never had much of it. You know what? We don't have.
それじゃ食べましょうか。
They set the table with enough plates, forks, and knives, and spoons, and drinks for 3 people. Sorry, it's like I already started singing it, so I had to continue with it. And sat down.
いただきます。
いただきます。
They served a portion of each dish onto everyone's plate, and then it was time to eat.
うまいな。
本当？よかった。
I watched them enjoy their food. Then Ray stopped and looked up.
どうは？
Eat a little bit, just a little, honey, just a little. I'm not saying you have to stuff yourself.
その顔、昨日飲みすぎたんでしょう。よく朝起きられたわね。
Me too, honestly, I'm not gonna lie.
いや、映画で。
英語？
Ray blinked at me, puzzled.
映画に起こされた悲鳴で。
深夜に放送してるやつか。ホラー映画でもやってたのか？
Essentially, yeah.
多分吸血鬼。
吸血鬼って言えば、そういう噂が流れてるのを知ってる？
Is Fujieda? No, I'm kidding. Imagine though. Imagine if he was.
噂？
売りやってる子たちが被害に遭ってるらしいんだけど、ヒゲ面の男に買われてついていったら、何かを注射されて体が動かなくなっちゃって。
Oh hell no.
その間に首に穴を開けられて血をすすられるらしいのよ。
Oh hell no.
首に穴？
Taco grimaced and put a hand to his neck. I think everybody would do that.
首に穴なんてどうやって開けるんだ？
さあ、穴は一つだけらしいから、キリか何かかしらね。
キリか。
でも実際は血を吸われてないって言ってる子もいるみたい。それに首に穴を開けられる以外は何もされないって。あとお金はちゃんと支払われてるんだって。そばに置いてから逃げるらしいわ。
Kinda sounds like Iku Ina, but to a lesser degree, maybe. Frowning, Taku corrected brow, like he wasn't entirely convinced.
なんというか、意図がよくわからんな。それを吸血鬼と呼んでるってわけか。
そうみたいね。
大げさだな。そもそも吸血鬼ってのは都市伝説、空想上の存在だろう。
Really, Taku?
私もそうは思うけど、何か被害が出てるみたいだし。
誰かがふざけてそんな真似をしてるんだとしたら迷惑な話だ。もしくは吸血鬼に憧れた末の犯行とかな。
Ray nodded enthusiastically.
その可能性もないとは言えないわ。自分は神の子孫だなんて演説してる人もたまに見るし。例えば吸血鬼の映画を見すぎて自分もそうだと本気で信じ込んじゃった人がいたのかも。
とは、お前はどう思う？
Why do I always ask Towa what he thinks? You know what he thinks. He doesn't care. Until now, I'd been listening to the entire conversation in silence. I looked over at Taku.
どうって言われても。
誰かからそういう話を聞いたりしてない？
ないな。
そっか。
The two of them went back to their meals, like they hadn't expected any different. Hey, at least I didn't nag him this time. I watched them for a moment, and I reached over and grabbed a bag of cigarettes lying on the edge of the sofa. I pulled one out before I could light it. Ray glared at me.
ダメ。食事中よ。
I shrugged and put the cigarette back in the pack. Late one night, I had finished my shift at the clinic and was on my way to Roost when I stopped short. What'd you see? What'd you see? I thought I could hear voices down the narrow alley nearby. Normally I would have ignored it and kept on walking. But I found myself oddly curious, so I approached, because the plot demands it. At the entrance, I peered through the shadows to the other side. I could hear something rattling, so I squinted to get a better look. It saw two male figures in an embrace. Oh. Instantly I lost it. He's like, oh, okay. Instantly I lost interest. Started to leave the But then I heard one of them groaning. I headed down the alley to the other end, where I approached them. Instantly, one of them leapt up, spooked. Oh, isn't this the guy from, like, the beginning? I thought he was just like a tutorial thing. I didn't think he was actually real. He took off running while his partner fell limply to the ground. For the briefest of moments, I thought I had glimpsed a beard on the runner. Then Ray's story about the vampire flashed in my mind. I crouched down and examined the other man, lying face down on the asphalt. He was a young guy, 18 or 19. Red fluid trickled from his neck. Blood. I couldn't see any other injuries save for a round incision on his neck. Would it be? I pulled my phone out of my coat pocket and placed the call to Taku. After the call, Taku and Ray ran onto the scene to carry the victim back to the clinic. And they took him to the medical ward on the second floor, where Taku patched him up and put him on an IV while he rested. A short distance away, the three of us spoke in hushed tones.
まさかこんな近くで被害者が出るなんて。
Taku put his hand to his chin and frowned deeply.
首筋の傷は針みたいなもので穴を開けたのかしら。
針よりも傷口が大きい。キリぐらいはありそうだ。
キリ。
Ray grimaced like he was envisioning the pain for himself.
とは、犯人の顔は見たのか？
ヒゲ面だった。
At this, Ray's expression changed instantly.
吸血鬼の噂と同じじゃない。
I thought back to what I saw of the culprit. He was on the scrawny side, with a beard and a fearful look in his eyes. It wasn't hostility or malice or desperation. It was fear.
彼にも話を聞いてみるか。
Taku glanced over at the young guy, lying on the hospital bed, then walked over. Wait, how would you ask, should we? And then just go and do it. Just do it then if you're gonna do it.
気分は？
大丈夫です。
そうか、よかった。何があったのかを聞きたいんだが、話せるか？
客を探してたら向こうから声かけてきて、いくらだって聞かれたから答えて、それでいいって言うからついていったら、汚い路地に入っていくから ちょっと嫌だなって思ったけど。そういう場所が好きな客もいるから、まあいいかって。で、抱き合ってするのかなって思ったら、首に何か刺したみたいな痛みが走って。
そのまま倒れたのね。
コートのポケットに入っていた紙幣はもともと君のものなのか？
いや、ね、入ってたんですか？
うん。
じゃあそれは俺のだ。
どういう意味だ？
あの男が俺に払った代金ってことですよ。被害に遭った奴らもみんなそう言ってた。
要するに犯人があなたを買ったお金ってことよね。
だったらいいや。
どういうこと？
チクッと刺されただけで金もらえるんだから、楽だしいいじゃんって。
よ。
いや、
なあ。
へえ。ネガティブにどうだかな。
そうだな。
ああ。
I never thought I'd hear glomping in this game, but here we are. And especially from Taku of all people. Yet here we are. Oh man.
Towa じゃない。
よう。へえ。
やだ。ええ。ん？そうね。
ポジティブに。いや、
冗談でしょ。まあね。それじゃあまたね。
はあ、それじゃ。
Poor Honami. Was Honami born and raised here then? Well, even then, I think Towa was too, and he knows. So what's your excuse, Honami?
Ara.
うん。
あ、ねえ。
ふん。
面白いわね。
ネガティブに。興味ない。
I did it again. Damn it.
もう気になるわ。
そうか。
またね。
じゃあな。おう。 そうか。ネガティブに。それはそうか。またな。ああ。
あーあーはあ。
ポジティブに。なるほど。
そうっすね。
そうか。わかった。
Wait a minute. There was no Hinata. Cue celebratory music. Afterwards, I finally headed back to my original destination. Roost was my go-to bar of choice. Place tended to, you know what? Yes. Yes, we know. We know. When I got there, I spotted 3 of my acquaintances, Kotaro, Mayu, and Eiji, drinking at the counter. As soon as they laid eyes on me, they all waved me over, so I decided to sit with them and have a drink.
吸血鬼
Kotaro quirked a brow as he swirled his beer in one hand.
何それウケる。ああ、最近ちょっと噂になってるやつですね。
Mayu sloppily slurped his cocktail, while Eiji nodded eagerly. Following the flow of the conversation, I'd brought up the vampire rumor. Since intel gathering was Eiji's hobby, I figured he would know about it.
噂？そうなのか？
はい、売りやってる人たちが薬を盛られたって話は聞きます。けど、首筋をキリみたいなもので刺されるだけで、実際に血を吸われたりはしてないらしいですけどね。なんちゃって吸血鬼か。
ちょうど見たんだ。
何を？
その現場を。
え、そうなんですか？
Yeah.
首筋に何かで開けたような穴があった。
へえ。ってことは、噂は本当なんですね。
Just then, I sensed something and looked over my shoulder. A man was sitting alone at a table, drinking from his glass. Whenever he drained his cup, he would hastily pour more in from the bottle, then down it again. Then, all of a sudden, he grabbed the bottle and started chugging from it, like he'd lost his patience. Now the other customers were starting to take notice.
あの人、すごいですね。
She murmured as he watched the man.
すっげー飲んでる。ああ、彼。
The manager whispered to us from behind the counter.
最近よく店に来るんだけど、赤ワインをすごい飲むんだよね。とにかく喉が渇くみたいで。
It was him. The man who stabbed. Damn it. I'm gonna have to bleep that out. In the alley. I didn't recognize him right away, since he was wearing a hat and his beard was gone. There could be no mistaking him. I stared at him intently. He was startled to notice me looking at him. And then, the next instant, he leapt to his feet and took off toward the door.
ああ、お客さん、ちょっと。おい、トワ。
トワさん？
I jumped up and ran out the bar after him. Okay, Towa. I didn't know you were an investigative person. The man dashed through the dark alley.
おい。
I called after him, and he slowed down. Then, right as I nearly caught up to him, he whirled around and lunged at me. Unable to escape, I hit the ground. He pinned my arms down and growled at me. I could see abnormally sharp canines peeking out from between his lips. Desperate to escape, I headbutted his jaw. I thought he would hit me back, but surprisingly enough, he rolled off me and onto the ground. I hopped up and looked down at him.
吸血鬼の真似事か。そんなに血が飲みたいのか。まさか本気で自分が吸血鬼だなんて思ってないよな。
This is so different from how he usually does things.
それとも血を飲まずにはいられない病気なのか。
The man flinched as he lay on the ground. His face turned away. Wait, this is so quick. Hold on. Wait a minute. So I crouched down and looked him in the eye. I stared unblinking, like I was probing his deepest depths. I didn't have superpowers, but when it came to reading people, I did have a special skill. When I spoke directly to someone's face while maintaining eye contact, I could draw out their darkest secrets. I couldn't remember when I learned this skill. Maybe I was born with a knack for conning people. Do you think Maya was a con artist? I forgot the artist part. I'm sorry. Because they did say he kind of learned that skill from his mom. Sure enough, the man's expression shifted and he slowly sat up like he was bewitched. Ganato.
お前が抱えてる欲望、俺に全部話せ。
Damn, he on.
何なんだ。
Damn. Alright.
Na.
Seems so. Looks truly miserable, eh? Alright, I have to write it down, otherwise I'm gonna forget what I did. So, because I'm gonna need it. My poor desk is like flooded with sticky notes.
ポジティブに。
Alright,
そうか。
true. Alright, that was right. Bait him. What?
言えよ。それは。
Yeah, desire. See anxiously.
ポジティブ。不安か。放っておいてくれ。
Okay, but that was still good though. I know you. No, you don't. We can try this one.
Hmm. けど。俺は。
Dang it, it's not it.
どうした。 ポジティブに。
Look at us
So
being
they-
positive. I mean, he's right though. We all do. Yeah,
さて。
we're all struggling in our own way. Let's see. I guess I'll try negative. So if we back off, it might not end up the way we want.
ネガティブに。まだいけるだろ。 じゃあ。
I can make all of your dreams come true. Oh, he seems to think it's a joke. I'm not entirely sure which one would be right in this case, but I will go with negative.
ネガティブ。考えろ。
Right, do I?
そうか。
Yeah, that's the one, that's the one. Alright. This man's deepest desire. Ew, not the saliva man. Not the saliva.
血が好きなのか。
I asked him calmly. His eyes glimmered with uncertainty.
血が飲みたくてたまらないんだろう。違うか。
At last, he looked up at me. His expression crumpled in frustration, like he was on the verge of tears.
そうだ。
At last, he admitted it. I gloated internally.
ああ、全部わかった。飲みたいんだろ、血を。好きなだけ飲めよ。そうだ。乾いた。乾いた。血が飲みたくてたまらないんだ。
He's not actually a vampire, is he? Is there like a condition where people won't brave it? my god, I didn't get spooked this time. That's an accomplishment. Oh yeah, let me block that off. By the time I was finally free, the sky was already getting lighter. Damn, use you like a blood bag. I stumbled home to my apartment. When I switched on the TV, the blinding light from the screen illuminated the dark room. I wiped my hand. No! This guy, he said, yeah, I'm just gonna. No! You have a sink! Use it! Oh god. I wiped my hand on my pants, then pulled my coat off and walked to the painting corner where my easel was located. I changed into my coveralls, then grabbed a blank canvas and set it onto my easel. As I picked up my trusty paintbrush, the memories rose to mind. Oh, and this is a new angle. I had let the so-called vampire drink my blood. I'm not quite sure how to describe it. I never imagined my wish would come true. You've made me so. But partway through, I pushed him away. Oh? Not for any particular reason. I just had a gut feeling that it was enough. The man looked disappointed, but quickly snapped to his senses. Then he wiped his mouth with his hand and ran off. After that, I came home. He didn't drink that much blood, and yet I spread my paint over the canvas, eager to capture the visceral raw feeling of the blood leaving my body before it faded from my mind. Oof. Blood red paint divided the canvas in half. Oh, that's it. That's it. Are they all gonna be this short? No, no, nothing extra. We're good. Now we can get on with it. So, I just had a gut feeling. So that's what that gut feeling was. He wanted to get back to the actual story. His expression turned skeptical. Must have fucked up somewhere. What do you mean? They said if I wanted to. Did I? Did I do this wrong? Did I do it wrong somehow?
お前が抱えてる欲望、俺に全部話せ。
ハント。
Alright, there we go. Now we got it. I was not going to get that
こ
balance
の
on my
傷
own.
跡、
Right, then present the thing.
喉が渇く。血が好きなのか。
なぜなのかはわからないけど、血が飲みたくて乾いて仕方がないんだ。ワインで我慢しようと思ったけど、他のものじゃダメだ。
The man clawed at his own throat as he spoke in a quavering voice. His lips parted as he gasped for breath, and I caught sight of those pointy canines again.
血が飲みたいんだ。
If I had to guess, this man probably had an appetite disorder like Pika. Oh. Because I hear about Pika all the time when it comes to like pets and whatnot. So I'm guessing it's kind of the same for humans. Yeah, like, actually, I'm kind of curious. What is it? Okay. So, according to this site, it says the reasons that people develop Pika are not yet clear, although several scientists have linked it to the nervous system and have understood it as a learned behavior or coping mechanisms. Coping mechanism. In some cases, people with Pika have been found to be deficient in certain minerals or vitamins, but this is often not the case. So that means, yeah, Shinkomi is pretty much the place where you can develop Pika.
飲んでもいい。
So he's not a vampire. He's just a poor man who developed Pika. I looked at him blankly, gazing into his eyes like I was searching his soul. Panic rose up in his eyes, but he seemed unable to tear it away from mine.
その代わり、書かせろ。お前のその、抑えきれない衝動。
I spoke in a low whisper, then rolled up my coat sleeve and exposed my arm. Oh, we're doing the arm. The skin was laced with dozens of scars, warping the skin in a sort of pattern. I smiled at him faintly. The man took one look at my scarred arm and swallowed hard.
こんな体だ。好きにしろよ。血を吸うなりなんなり。
I thought he was gonna say something else.
だから、来い。
Yo, why does he make it seem like he's like taming a pet? Like, kochi kochi, like go. Ooh. For a second, he froze in hesitation. Then he grabbed me by by the shoulders. His hands were shaking. With a chuckle, I pulled the fabric away from my neck. This time, he lunged at me without missing a beat. There was a sharp pain as he pierced my skin. Entranced, I closed my eye. I was about to say entrance. I can read, guys, I swear. This man didn't use an ice pick. He used his own teeth. Okay, sounds off. I could hear a slurping sound right by my ear. I'm sorry, guys, I just can't, stand certain noises in my ear. And a coppery smell clogged my nostrils. I could feel my neck growing warm and wet. Apparently, the blood was trickling down from the wound and staining my clothes. I mean, that's what blood does. I could hear my pulse throbbing unusually loud and hard. As I enjoyed the bizarre feeling of someone sucking the blood from my veins, I opened my eye, then closed it again. Towa, why are you like this, honey? At last, my dream has come true, and yet for some reason, I find myself crushed by guilt. It'd be like that, honey. It'd be like that. No, it doesn't say we've already read it. Okay. By the time I was finally free, the sky was already lightning. The front of my shirt was now completely soaked. Lightheaded, I stumbled back to my place and switched on the TV, like always. The TV screen was the only light source in the dark room, illuminating the bloodstains on my clothes. Gasping for breath, I stumbled on shaky legs over trash can and art supplies littering the floor. Hands shaking, I pulled off my coat and walked to the painting corner where my easel was located. I grabbed my paint splattered coveralls off the floor and pulled them on. And then I picked up a blank canvas and set it on my easel and sat down in front of it. My body was so heavy, the slightest movement sapped all the strength I had. Nevertheless, I picked up my paintbrush. My mind replayed the events from last night. After the so-called vampire had his fill of my blood, he snapped back to his senses, looked at me in horror, and ran off. Abandoned, I staggered dizzily to my feet, then used the wall to help me along. My heart was pounding like 100 miles a minute. My extremities felt cold, and my mind was growing fuzzy, but I was still smiling. The sensation, the stench of blood, the look on his face as he drank from me. Calm down, calm down. I felt hard, remembering and reliving as many details as I possibly could. And then I dipped my paintbrush into the fresh paint. Oh, this is a different angle. A wet, dark red line shot across the canvas, tainting its purity. Oh, it was pink. Oh, sorry. I'm so close now. Sir? I'm just a little far out there, and it should be within my reach. All this time, I've dedicated my life to one thing only: finding the truth. And I don't regret a single second. Once it's all over, I'll lose all reason to live. But I can accept that. To me, this world is shit. Okay, well, Hell on Earth works too. It's literally the same thing. It's literally the same thing. The last chapter. Equal. I like how they did that. Last chapter, eh? So I guess there's nothing else after this then. Scarlet light. I could see it spreading through my fuzzy, unfocused vision. Silence, darkness, fear. I didn't want to be alone. But no one was there. I was afraid. Just then, I looked down. There in the watercolor world, I could see a shadowy figure. The figure was too blurry to see clearly, but I could tell that they were smaller than me. Sister? Still, I could feel their strength. Not his sister. Something about it felt incongruent with the rest of the hazy world around us. I didn't understand. What exactly was I looking at? I didn't know. If anybody, sat there and picked apart all of their dreams, I would love to know, the running theories you've got about them. Because I have no idea. Sure, I made a few guesses here and there, but it's I feel like there's more that I'm not understanding. Here we are, once again.
おい
Hi.
おい
Hi.
起きろ
No.
いつまで寝てるんだ
My head hurt like hell. In addition to the headache, I could hear a loud voice. I squeezed my eyes shut, then slowly opened it. I felt like I had an awful terrible dream just now. Me on a daily basis. I couldn't remember what happened, but my whole body was freezing cold, like I was sweating buckets. I felt nauseated too. Not a great start to the morning.
もう昼だぞ出勤時間はとうに過ぎてる
Taku's orange smoke grazed the corner of my vision. Lethargically, I pushed myself up and rested my head against the back of the sofa. Pretty sure we've seen all this though.
お前な常々思ってるんだが本当に働く気があるのか
ああ
おいちゃんと目を見て返事しろ
Yeah, it's like we've seen it, right? But the game's yeah, no, you're gonna have to do it all over. My aching head felt like it weighed a ton, so I couldn't be bothered to lift it.
あるって
おおならとっとと起きて支度しろってんだ
With that, he ruffled my hair.
たく
Exasperated, he sighed heavily and set something down on the edge of the bed.
ここに置いておくぞ
It was my laundry, clean and folded in a stack. I didn't ask him to do it for me, but he insisted on cleaning my room and my clothes so the place won't turn into a pigsty.
たく
ん
薬変えてほしいんだけど
どうした
今のやつ効きが悪くなってるかも
At this, he frowned.
そうか後で少し見るか
ああ
それじゃ早く来いよ
With a gently chiding tone, Taku turned and left the room, his white lab coat fluttering behind him. The headache and nausea hadn't gone anywhere, but nevertheless I forced myself to my feet. As long as I kept myself moving, maybe I could distract myself from it. With that thought, I grabbed my cigarettes and lit one up. Grimacing, I took a drag, then grabbed some clean clothes at random from the stack Taku had brought me. After that back alley hookup last night, my body felt like lead. Not only that, but my sleeping pills gave me bad dreams, so yeah, I was having the best morning. I felt the sudden urge to eat something, but I figured I could tide myself over with a little booze. Eat, boy! Eat! I started to head for the bathroom. My eye landed on the pocket watch hanging from the easel. I picked it up and flicked it open for fun, but its hands were frozen in time. I put it back, then looked up at the clock on the wall. 11:15 a.m. Then I went into the bathroom to take a shower. It does not. Once I got ready and came downstairs, I found Arimura Tsukasa sitting behind the reception desk.
Yo,
I stopped at the reception desk and waved my hand in front of Arimura's face. He gave me a dirty look that said, "You're late." Technically, I was supposed to be covering at the reception desk, but Arimura must have come in to cover for me. This happened on occasion, and that occasion happened a lot.
そういえばトワさん、いい加減荷物をちゃんと持って行ってくださいよ。スタッフルームに置いてあるんで。
ああ、
放置するなら処分しますから。
He was referring to. Yeah.
それでいいよ。
Oh, this is new. Okay, I glanced at the table. My eye landed on a brown cardboard box sitting amid the stacks of junk mail. But I wasn't interested, so I pushed past them. Dang it. I thought that was new. Never mind. Or maybe he's gonna look at it this time? Because I think before he mentioned it and looked away from it and never picked it up. But maybe this time he's gonna be like, yeah, look at it. During break time, I went into the staff room and sat down at the table. As I reached out to grab my pack of cigarettes, I caught sight of my junk mail again. A black box. Like, I'm so used to like seeing like boxes like that usual cardboard brown. So to see a box in all black with like red tape, that's like it's unnerving. More specifically, the small cardboard box sitting beside the stacks of envelopes and postcards. Something flashed through my mind. I had ordered some art supplies a while ago, but I was told the items were on back order, so the shipping was delayed. They finally arrived. I took a look at the shipping label. It is not from the people you thought it was. Sure enough, it was addressed to me. I picked it up, pulled off the packing tape, and opened it. Oh, that's cute. Wait, isn't it similar to like the rabbit that's already in his room? Inside I found all kinds of random things. A Grammy Bunny toy, 4 photographs, and a sheet of paper. Was it his sister's? Did him and his sister have matching bunnies? Or was this just his? Here the photos were headshots of different men, none of whom I recognized. Each had a different name scrawled on the back. Let's see. There's Fujieda. Don't know who the redhead is. I'm assuming that that one right there is Towa. Dang it. I really wanted to read the letter before. Wait, is that Fujieda or is that Asakura? Because both of them... Wait a minute. Wait. Hold on. I kind of want to look at this a little bit more. Actually, no. Now that I think about it, this kid here, he actually looks like Ikuino a little bit. Actually, no. Right, now that I'm looking at it, this is not Fujieda. This is Asakura. I keep getting the two of them mixed up. Because they look kind of similar. Not saying because of the glass, it's like their color scheme is a little bit similar. And plus, Fujieda's eyes are definitely bluer than this. And this... no clue. But if we're going along the lines of like the Euphoria men, then this might be Kirihara or Kirihara's brother. It's cute though. Oh, and this is the picture in Tajima's. I wonder what that is. I wanted to read this, but I can only read like some of it. Gang, it gave is a jade okay done berserk. Prosperity and success. I want to make him happy. I told. I'm sure it's how I honestly feel. Is a shameful feeling, a bit hypocritical, a bit pretentious. It's a beautiful color. The color of my son. If I don't have his cats treated, he may not be beautiful for... Oh, his cuts treated. I thought it said cats. Oh my god, what does cats have to do with this? But if he ends up with a few scars, I'm sure it will give him a flavor of his is a quiet day. He is quiet. He can rest for a while. Asakura back incision. Ikuina chest incision. Kirihara clavicle right puncture. Me. Oh. I know, it would probably like show up. It'll probably show up if I kept going, but I just needed to read. Okay, the more I dug into the box, the more my head started to throb. You remember these men, don't you? Don't you? Apparently, I was still feeling under the weather. I looked down at the stuff I pulled out onto the table. The dirty bunny looked to be pretty old, like someone's cherished childhood treasure. I picked it up and turned it around. It was soda. Just then, there was a sharper ringing in my ears, drowning out all other sound. I'm dead. Sorry. The fish began to spin. I lost my balance and toppled out of the chair. My breathing grew heavier, and my whole body broke out in a cold sweat. Unable to endure the nausea, I used the table to push myself to my feet, then hurried to the sink. I puked stomach acid into the sink and rinsed it down the drain. Jolt receiving, I leaned under the faucet and gargled repeatedly. Then I turned off the water and gripped the counter with both hands as I endured a wave of intense vertigo. Once I recovered, I let out a deep sigh and went back to the table. I still felt like shit, but I wanted to look through the rest of the stuff in the box. Me too. I seemed to recognize this bunny toy from somewhere. Okay, so it is his sister's. Was it the one my dead sister used to have? Not just a bunny toy, the bunny toy. The fuzzy outline of my sister rose up in the back of my mind, then quickly vanished. Next, I picked up a photograph of what looked like a painting. But the lighting was poor, so I couldn't see the details of the painting very well. And yet, for some reason, it gave me pause. Maybe it was a famous painting I'd seen around somewhere. Hajimas! Okay, but what the hell happened to Kiriharas? Next, I looked at the 3 headshots. I had never seen any of these men before. Why would someone send these to me? Lastly, I turned my attention to the sheet of paper. One edge was rough, suggesting it was ripped from a book. It was a handwritten record entry with a list of things like lacerations on back and other descriptions of wounds on body parts. There are also 4 names listed. Ikuina, Asakura, Kirihara, and me. Evidently, me was whoever wrote these notes in the first place. I looked back at the headshots. On a whim, I flipped them over and found a name written on each. The same names written on the paper. Having looked through the entire box, I frowned in confusion. The toy and the photos weren't that interesting to me, but the written descriptions of injuries certainly were. Because they all seemed to match the scars on my own body. But in that case, who sent it? Why would they send it to me? Wait, I just realized there's a rose on it. Was there anybody who liked roses? Whose handwriting was this? Just then, I heard the curtain slide open, and Arimura peeked in.
今、物音がしましたけど、どうしました？
Well, what happened was I passed out, well, almost passed out, and then puked into the sink.
なんでもない。
Reflexively, I whirled around to face him, hiding the box behind my back. He looked at me suspiciously.
朝から具合が悪いんでしたっけ？レイさんが来たら言っておくので、休んでてもいいですよ。今そんなに忙しくないですし。
それじゃお言葉に甘えて。
He still seemed suspicious, but nevertheless, he disappeared behind the curtain once more. After he was gone, I started feeling dizzy again, so I sat limply in the chair. Then I packed everything back into the box and let out a breath. Arimura had the right idea when he suggested I go back to my place. Apparently this box was connected to my past somehow. Memories I could scarcely recall. Fragmented images flickered in my mind. Perhaps it wasn't that I couldn't remember. Perhaps I just didn't want to. But what was I so afraid of? Your dad. Suddenly my heart began to pound, and I sucked in a shaky breath. After that, I went back to my room and got some rest, then returned to work. I still wasn't feeling great, but I endured it until closing time. As I sat slumped on a bench in the empty waiting room, Ray arrived carrying a mug in each hand.
体調が悪いのにお疲れ様。はい。
He offered me one of the mugs, and I took it. Steam rose from the freshly brewed coffee held within.
今はどう？まだ具合悪い？
まあな。
I sipped my coffee and nodded.
とは、体調はどうだ？
As soon as Taku entered the waiting room, he walked straight over to me, looking worried.
朝も体調が悪そうだったな。今見るか？
いや、
I shook my head and took another sip of coffee.
だってスタッフルームで倒れたんでしょ？有村君から聞いたわよ。青白い顔してるのはいつものことだけど、倒れるなんてめったにないじゃない？
ちょっとふらついただけだ。
Huh?
でも
To cut him off, I handed him my half-empty mug, and he took it on reflex. Then I rose to my feet.
ちょっととは？
どこへ行くんだ？
Anywhere but here.
気分転換。
At this, their expressions darkened.
この間のユーフォリアの影響なの？あの後のとはなんだか普通じゃなかったもの。すっごくフラフラしてて、目の焦点も合ってない感じがして、これまでのユーフォリアとは何かが違うって思って。
本人がいるのに堂々とそんなこと話すなよ。
Right? I smirked at them and then headed for the exit.
とは
Ray called after me, but I ignored him and headed outside. The cool night air engulfed my body, soothing my discomfort. Hoping to clear the fog from my mind, I took a deep breath. Turns out that was the wrong choice, and I collapsed again. Let me stop. The next morning, I wasn't scheduled to work, so I slept in until just before noon. Once again, I felt less than great. Slowly, I pushed myself up from the sofa. Then I reached out to the coffee table to have a smoke, and my fingertips brushed something I didn't recognize. It was the cardboard box from yesterday. Instantly, my fuzzy mind snapped awake. I pulled the box close and peered inside. The bunny toy, the torn sheet of paper, the photo of a painting, the 3 headshots. When they entered my field of vision, everything began to sway. Little boy? My ears were ringing loudly, and my chest felt tight. I pushed the box back and covered my eye with one hand. He's like, out of sight, out of mind. Honey, it doesn't work that way. I let out a shaky breath and gritted my teeth. Willing my racing heartbeat to get back under control, I lay back down on the sofa. When I looked up at the ceiling, however, I suddenly became conscious of the silence. I reached out, grabbed the remote, and switched on the TV. Then a familiar drone filled the emptiness, and I let out a small sigh of relief. As I started to feel better, I slowly began to process what was being said in the background. Yeah.
高里組の組長である高里隆二郎さんが心不全のため亡くなりました。早朝
We already know. Oh, unlike last time, I managed to look at the contents without issue. I picked up the poorly lit photo of the painting and examined it carefully. But try as I might, I couldn't remember seeing it anywhere. Hajima! Someone else recognized it. First person I could think of, with a wide breadth of knowledge in the fine arts was the manager at Roost. I put the photo back in the box, then kicked it over to the corner of the room. I decided I'd head to Roost once it opened. Late that night, I had a bizarre experience on the way to Roost. Everyone I passed on the street exuded forth venomous-looking smoke. Are you good? Did I just happen to encounter a lot of similarly minded people by chance? Or was I losing my touch? The farther I walked, the worse I started to feel. Eventually I stopped, leaning my hand against the building. My head felt heavy and my chest felt tight. Closing my eye, I gasped for breath. Quietly, I cursed my shitty, malfunctioning body. Maybe I'd feel better if someone came and punched my lights out. I don't think it would, but just then I heard a series of footsteps approaching.
おい、見ろよ。
あれトワだ。トワさんだ。
Hinigadashi! I looked up and spotted Kotaro, Mayu, and Eiji walking toward me. Behind them, I could see Igarashi tagging along too. They gathered around me in a loose circle.
トワさん、どうしたんすか？具合悪いんすか？みたいですね。顔が真っ青。トワ、平気？
Does he look like he's hanging in there?
飲みすぎただけだ。
I made up an excuse and leaned back against the wall. Pressure in my chest was still there, but I played it off casually.
どこか行くのか？
ああ、デスマッチエリアにな。五十嵐は事務所へ戻る途中だ。
榊さんが次の組長に決まりそうなんで、遠野さんが荒れてるんですよ。
He's going rogue.
で、示し合わせたみたいにデスマッチエリアも荒れちゃってて。
何かあったのか？
無差別暴行が起きてるらしくて、犯人が見つかってないから俺たちも行く羽目になったよ。アニメ見る時間が削られる。
アニメなんざいいんだよ、バカ。とは、お前も行くか？
No.
いや。
Then I noticed Igarashi had gone quiet, and when I looked over, I realized he looked pretty sad.
どうした？
組長って、
ああ、親父なんだな、本当の。
だから父さん落ち込んでるのかなって思ったんすけど、どう
No.
なんすか？
別に。
落ち込んでるようには見えないですね。
Right, he doesn't look it.
そうっすか。
むしろお前の方が落ちてるね。
Right.
そうかもしれないっす。
He slumped his shoulders.
俺もちらっとは考えたけどな。トワの具合が悪そうなのは親父が死んだせいなのかって。
冗談だろ。
もしそうだったら慰めてやろうと思ったんだけどな。
With a suggestive smile, Kokoto slung an arm around my shoulders.
慰めてくれよ。
I was frustrated with my body for being out of sorts. The words came out sounding like a challenge.
本気か？
ああ。
トワと遊ぶの？ずるい。
Mayu grinned, like he wasn't all that jealous.
お前も来るか？
いや、アニメ見るから。
言っとけ、オタク野郎。
Kotaro waved him away like he was shooing a stray.
それじゃあ、まゆさんと僕でデスマッチエリアですね。五十嵐くんも途中まで一緒に行きましょう。うっす。
ああ、後から追いかけるわ。
with one arm still around my shoulders. He used his free hand to wave goodbye. Originally, I was headed to Roost, but decided to change my plans at the last minute. I can see that. I was desperate to stop feeling like utter shit. Besides, I could always go to Roost some other night. With that thought, I walked off with Kotaro. Okay, we don't have to experience it again. The next day, my whole body felt like lead right from the minute I woke up. Last night, I'd asked Kotaro to fuck me even rougher than usual. He wasn't a gentle lover to begin with, but last night I wanted him to hurt me as much as possible because that's a thing you do, apparently. That was what I was in the mood for. Trapped in a body that could scarcely function, I wasted time on the sofa for a while, then headed out to Roost. Well, maybe if you took care of it. I didn't end up going last night after my run-in with the boys, but tonight I was planning to take that old photo to show the manager. The photo of the painting sent to me in the cardboard box. When I arrived, I opened the door and walked in. And then I crossed the dim bar to the counter and sat down, at which point Ray walked over.
あら、トワ、いらっしゃい。注文は？
Surprised me.
お任せで。
店長、お任せだって。
はーい。
The manager nodded as he wiped the glass. But then he looked at me like he had something he wanted to say.
組長のことをお悔やみ申し上げます。
But this Ray's expression shifted awkwardly.
お父さんだものね。
他人だ。
でも、
He started to protest, but gave up and fell silent.
空いてるお皿とかグラス、片付けてくるわね。
And with that, he walked off to the table area. Meanwhile, the manager quietly prepped my drink. Amid the awkward tension, pulled my cigarettes, a lighter, and cell phone out of my coat pocket and set them on the counter. Before I could light one up, I overheard some customers chatting at a nearby table.
見た？ルーストのブログに載ってる写真。
見た見た。偽物なんだろうけど、よくできてるよな。かなり黒いよ。
By the blog. Yep, you know, the face. Yep. Mm-hmm.
店長。
お待たせ。何？
この画像。
ああ、それ面白いでしょ
初投稿。
う。うん。トワ君も気になる？
まあ、そうだな。
やっぱり気になるよね。僕もそう投稿してきた時のメールアドレスがステアドだったみたいなんだよね。だから、また投稿してくれるのを待つしかなくて。残念。
Just then I remembered my objective in coming here. I reached into my coat pocket, pulled out the old photo, and handed it to him.
ん？
この絵、知ってるか？
He took the photo and scrutinized it carefully.
これ、トワ君が描いた絵じゃないの？
違う。
そうなんだ。なんだか雰囲気が似てるね。でも僕は知らないな、この絵。ごめんね。
He returned the photo to me. I looked back at it, scanning for the aesthetic similarity he mentioned. I couldn't really see it personally, but maybe it looked that way to other people. That said, if the manager didn't recognize it, Then it wasn't a famous painting. I put the photo back in my coat pocket, picked up my glass, and took a sip. And then I put a cigarette between my lips and lit up. As I exhaled the smoke, I looked back at the blog and gazed at the image. I didn't drink that much, and yet for some reason I still felt ill. My poor health was probably a contributing factor. There I was, stumbling down a dark alley on my way home from Roost. Suddenly my vision went dim, and the next thing I knew, I was lying on the ground. But I didn't notice the pain so much as the intense drowsiness that swept over me all at once. So sleepy. Then the headache and nausea kicked in, so I laid there on my back on the dirty asphalt and closed my eye. Something nearby reeked of mold and rotting garbage, but the drowsiness quickly I never learned how to pronounce this word. Superseded? Superseded? It... Unable to fight its pull, my consciousness quickly drifted off. Another dream? Ooh. The scarlet splash added drops of color to the wall. I could feel the burning heat and a piercing pain. Oh, is this about his eye? Never mind, it's not about his eye. Blood pooled on the carpet, glimmering eerily beneath the lights. Ooh. Little red droplets beaded on the surface of a long red incision. They swelled up and almost as... They swelled up almost as if they had a mind of their own. Then a long thin pale blade sliced through the air. In the instant it touched my skin. Alright, here we are again. I wrenched my eye open and forced myself awake. Blinking rapidly, I waited for reality to kick in. What a shitty dream. Granted, yeah, cutting my skin was almost a hobby for me, but in that dream I was terrified of the blade. Felt less like a dream and more like a memory of past events. This was now my second nightmare in a row. With a sigh, I looked around. Oh, where am I? I was lying on a bed in a room I didn't recognize. Oop. Started to sit up, but a sharp pain shot through my right arm. Yeah. I can remember dreaming about someone slicing my body. Or maybe it wasn't a dream after all. I grabbed the bandage and forcibly ripped it off. Oh, okay. I could see a fresh cut just below my elbow. I couldn't remember getting hurt while I was conscious, so it must have happened while I was out. Could that explain the dream I had? But the pain and fear I felt during the dream was far greater than this tiny little scratch. Ooh, Towa, stop that. Ooh. My stomach is all churny. That was the level of intensity I was looking for. Something more like that. No. Oh boy. Joel. Why? Why do you do this to me? My eye landed on a big pair of scissors lying on the side table. I reached down and grabbed them to prune the plants. And that's what we're doing. Pruning plants. Oh. Yeah. Joel. I brought my arm to my mouth and licked the blood. Pain in the days the metal gave me a thrill. No. Towa, stop. Stop. I can't read this because, obviously, for reasons as you can see. Before I knew it, became my sole focus. A droop blood that spilled over, staining the white sheets a brilliant scarlet. No. Stop. Oh my god. Towa. Oh. Yep. Can't wait to block all this off. Just from that, no way. I'm sorry. Just threw it out there. Obviously, that's gonna get covered up too. Oh, I was supposed to be reading. The headache returned. My eye throbbed painfully. Okay. Then I found my coat sitting folded on an armchair nearby. I readjusted my clothes, then shrugged on my coat, and headed for the exit. That was something. I did not expect that so early on, but here we are. Ooh. As I stepped out of the unfamiliar apartment, the sun streamed into the hallway, blinding me. I pulled out my cell phone to check the time. Damn. Then I looked back at the apartment door. 1403. There was no nameplate, so I didn't know who lived there. And you never will. I walked down the hallway to the elevator, rode it down to the first floor, and exited the building to get my bearings. But I couldn't tell what neighborhood I was in. Why on earth did someone bring me here? I started to open the GPS app on my phone. Then I saw all the missed calls and messages from Taku, my notifs. For now, I decided to make my way back to the clinic. I walked along the shadows, avoiding the happy sunshine. Bruh. Before I arrived, I got in touch with Taku. then let myself in through the side entrance. Once he finished his current appointment, he called me in for some emergency first aid. Stupid.
おいおい、ひどいなこりゃ。
He took one look at my arm and scowled.
自分でやったのか。
まあ、
しょうがないな。たく。
Junko was standing nearby, handing Taku his tools with a concerned look on their face.
こいつは感知するまで結構かかるぞ。なんでこんなことしたんだ。
I was horny.
なんとなく。
Thought about trying to explain, but it was too much effort, so I just made something. Fair enough. You know what? Fair enough. Taku shook his head in defeat.
聞いた俺がバカだったよ。
After he administered first aid, he wrapped the bandage around my arm.
よし、痛み止めと可能止めを出すから飲めよ。それと明日も見るからな。
頭痛薬と吐き気止めも欲しい。
何？
He gave me a dubious look.
具合が悪いのか？
まあ、
睡眠薬が合わないとか言ってたな。そのせいか？
I don't know.
それもあるかもしれない。
薬を変えてみるか。それでも収まらなければまた言ってくれ。
わかった。
おとといも総称の患者が来たんだが、好き好んで怪我をするのはお前くらいのもんだ。
He straightened up and let out a sigh.
その患者はナイフで切られたのか。
通り魔にあったらしいんだが、酔って記憶がなかったみたいでな。お前も人事じゃない話だぞ。気をつけろよ。
But the same thing did happen to him. He just stupidly covered it up.
ああ、
I reached out to grab my coat, but just then my phone started to buzz loudly. Sakaki? I reached into my coat pocket and pulled it out.
榊だ。
Taku frowned. But before I could answer the call, it stopped buzzing. Apparently he stopped calling. Call back! Oh my god. With a sigh, I put my phone back in my coat pocket. If it was actually important, he'd contact me again some other time.
組長のことかもな。
Taku murmured quietly.
葬式は出るのか？
No.
いや、
そうか。
He didn't sound surprised by this. Instead, he nodded, like it was what he expected me to say.
あさっては炊き出しのボランティアイベントがあるんだが、覚えてるか？
そういや、そんなこと言ってたな。
As I spoke, I rose to my feet. He had mentioned it in passing a while back, but I hadn't really paid attention.
お前も来いよと言いたいところだが、その腕じゃ厳しいか。
考えとく。
無理しなくていいぞ。
I nodded and left the exam room.
すみません。
As I was on my way back to the third floor, someone called out to me from the waiting room. I walked in to find a man standing at the reception desk, holding a basket of flowers. No one was seated there. Maybe the receptionist on duty had to run to the bathroom. The man with the flowers was wearing an apron. If I had to guess, he was probably I was supposed to say a florist. A flower shop employee. Huh? The instant he laid eyes on me, his jaw dropped. Then his cheeks flushed like he was embarrassed for some reason. But I didn't recognize him at all. Boy, if you look at the photo a little bit closely. Stop.
花の配達できたんですが。
すみません。こちらへお願いします。
Just then, Arimura came racing down the hall. The delivery guy kept glancing at me furtively, but I figured I'd let Arimura handle it, so I walked off. Once the sun set and the sky went dark, I decided to go to roost. No amount of sitting around in my room was making me feel any better. The headache and nausea had faded, possibly thanks to the Tataku's meds. The pain in my arm wasn't too bad either. Problem was, spending any amount of time in my room seemed to fill my skull with fog. Normally I cheered myself up with some booze, but the fridge was empty. So, I put a cigarette between my lips, pulled on my coat, and left. As I was heading downstairs, I could feel my phone buzzing in my pocket, but I ignored it. Okay. I didn't feel like talking to anyone. Then I left the clinic and headed straight to roost. Damn, Mr. Antisocial today, eh? As I walked along, smoking my cigarette, I heard footsteps approach from behind me.
すみません。
I stopped short. The owner of the voice quickly walked around in front of me. With his face now illuminated by the street lamps, I could see that I vaguely recognized him. Yeah, he was the flower delivery guy from earlier. He stared at the ground for a moment, then summoned his courage and looked up. What you want? Instant our eyes met, his face flushed.
昼間に村瀬クリニックへ花を届けに行ったんですけど、俺のこと覚えてますか？
ああ。
I pinched my cigarette between my fingers.
あ。
He looked back at me in alarm. I waited for him to start talking, but no words came.
何か用か？
I put my cigarette between my lips and started to walk away.
待って。
I looked back to find him gazing at me desperately. He pursed his lips together, then finally resigned himself to speak.
俺、あなたに謝りたいことがあって。あなたを部屋に連れ込んだのは俺なんです。すみません。
Apartment? So this was the guy behind it.
あなたが道端で寝ているところへ偶然通りかかって。こんなに寒いのに放っておいたら危ないんじゃないかと思って。それで連れて帰ったんです。よく見たら怪我をしていたので手当てもしました。勝手なことをしてすみません。でも
He fixed me with a probing look.
その後部屋に戻ったらあなたがいなくて、ベッドに血がたくさん。すごく驚いて何があったのか気になって。そしたら村瀬クリニックさんであなたを見て、あなたを探そうと思って聞いて回ったんです。特徴を話して。そしたら何か教えてくれる人がいて、トワさん有名なんですね。いろいろと。
誰とでも寝るって。
Sure. He fell silent, so I pressed on.
ずっと俺を見張ってたのか。
Yeah, that's the best way to describe it, I guess. He looked up at me in surprise. I mean, he didn't honestly expect me to believe shit about passing by, did he? His gaze darted around hesitantly for a moment. Then he nodded quietly.
もしかしたらあなたは俺の同類なんじゃないかと思って話したかったんです。
同類？
あのベッドの血は自分で傷つけたものですよね。俺、傷にとても興味があるんです。
He pulled out his cell phone and showed me his screen. It was that same image again. The one from Bruce's blog, made by the artist called Freeze. For a moment, I thought maybe it was just a look-alike, but no, they were identical.
フレーズか。
At this, his eyes widened in surprise.
どうして？
ルーストのブログで見た。印象的だったから覚えてる。
He stared back at me in amazement.
そんな風に言ってもらえるなんて嬉しいです。よくルーストには行かれてるんですか？
なあ。
俺、実はまだ行ったことがないんですけど、ブログを見たり周りの人の話を聞いたりしてすごく行ってみたいって思ったんです。ブログに載ってたユーフォリアって人の作品がすごく好きで、店内に飾ってあるみたいだから見に行きたくて。
そりゃどうも。
He blinked back at me, stunned.
もしかして。
ユーフォリアは俺だけど。
そうだったんですか？本当に？
ああ。
He's just like, yeah.
うわぁ、こういう奇跡みたいな偶然って本当にあるんですね。
And no one had to get hurt in order for this to happen. Smiling, he closed his eyes.
ユーフォリアさんの描いた絵を見てると不思議な気持ちになるんです。絶望を感じるのに振り切った情熱のようなものが見え隠れしていて、なんだかすごく羨ましくなる。いいなって思うんです。何かテーマを決めてたりはするんですか？
願望だ。心の奥底に秘めた誰にも言えない願望が叶った瞬間を書いて。
願望？それって想像で書いてるんですか？それともモデルがいたりとか？
モデルはいるけど毎回違う。
そうなんですね。
He nodded, then looked down at his feet. He looked up at me imploringly.
いきなりでおこがましいってことは100も承知なんですが、俺を書いてもらえませんか？俺の願望を。俺の願望は
He sucked in a shaky breath.
人の中身が見たくてたまらないんです。
As it turned out, the image Trace had submitted to his blog was a flower made to look like a wound. Apparently, he made this art whenever he needed to vent his desire to see people's innards. Since I was drawn to the image he submitted, and I wanted a distraction anyway, I decided to attempt a euphoric episode with him. Brought me back to the same apartment I'd woken up in. Naturally, it was exactly the same as I remembered it. But it's not dying anymore. Compared to before. There were potted plants everywhere and lots of humidity in the air. The only change was that he had replaced the bloody bed sheets with fresh, clean ones. I would hope he would. He's gotta sleep there.
一つ聞いてもいいですか？
I love how he still called flower shop clerk. Justice for Equina. He looked at me nervously beneath the dim lights.
血まみれのベッドの上に植木用のハサミが落ちてたんですけど、ハサミを使って自分を傷つけたんですか？
No.
ああ。
どうして？
なんとなく。
Not like he needed to know. It was an impulse. Okay.
あなたが寝ている間に実は あなたの腕を少しだけ切ったんです。目を覚まさないように水に溶かした睡眠薬を飲ませて、その後傷の手当てをしました。でも部屋に戻ってみたらベッドが血だらけで、あなたがいなくなっていて、正直焦りました。
So wait, Ian is part of his past. Huh.
そんな大怪我はさせてないし、何が起こったのかわからなくて。ハサミで切った傷、見せてもらってもいいですか？
He was trying his best to keep his voice level, but I could hear a hint of excitement. Woohoo! Pulled off my coat and rolled up my shirt sleeve. Then I removed the bandage Taku had applied and offered my grizzly arm to him. That is grizzly. I mean, not as bad as when he was making it, but... Instantly his eyes widened, and he gazed at my wounds rapturously. It was not impossible to tell where he'd made his original incision.
これを自分で？
I did. I nodded, and he let out a sensual breath.
やっぱり思った通りだ。あなたの腕を切らせてもらった時、体も見て。
What does that mean?
そしたらたくさんの傷跡があって、ものすごくそそられました。特に胸の真ん中にある大きな傷、まるで体を開いた跡みたいでたまらなかった。
He spoke reverently, like he was reciting an ardent love poem.
触りたいか？
Oh, here we go. Here we go. He asked, his Adam's apple quivering. I pulled off my coat and my shirt and ran a finger over the scar that cleaved my chest in two. Then I dug my nail into the raised skin and slowly stretched. He watched me hungrily, unblinking. He wasn't even touching me, and yet I could feel his fervent heat in the air. I chuckled.
触れよ、それで。
With what? Oh. I tricked my chin in the direction of the bedside table, where a knife lay idly. Blushing, he let out a quavering breath.
ほら。
Madame, I'm getting right to business. I took a step toward him, challenging him. Slowly, he took it from the table. Before he used it, he reached out and touched my scar with his bare hand. His rough, dry fingers felt scratchy against the protruding skin. The sensation was enough to provoke a tiny thrill in me. He rubbed my scar again and again like he couldn't get enough. In that instance, I was overcome with the strangest feeling. I recognized this. I had experienced the same thing. It was a truly bizarre case of déjà vu. Something was breaking loose in the back of my mind and starting to rise to the surface unbidden.
前にもあったか？
You have. Twice, actually. He looked He looked up at me quizzically as he pressed the knife against my chest.
切ってくれ。
No. How are you gonna say, have we done this before, and then just be like, hey, just do it?
早く。
I goaded him on, desperate not to let this fleeting feeling slip away. Perplexed. Who? Okay. Yeah. He let out a feverish breath, like he couldn't possibly hold it in. As I gazed at his expression, while my cut throbbed painfully, the same niggling feeling returned. I knew this guy from somewhere. That's right. More accurately, I had seen him before. All of the 3 headshots that were mailed to me in that cardboard box. One of them looked a lot like this guy.
名前は
If his name matched the one scribbled on the back of the photo...
生稲です。
Ikuina. Sure enough, that was the same name. Instantly, the horny haze cleared from my mind. Same name, same face. What was going on here? Surely it wasn't Ikuina who sent me that cardboard box. Was he connected to me somehow? My past? I asked him if I performed a euphoric episode with him, maybe I could get those memories back. All of them. Hell yeah. Let's do it. Oh, never mind. After Ikuina's euphoric episode, the 2 of us lay on the bed stained anew with blood. We were still alive, but only just. At some point, we got carried away and stopped thinking about the consequences. Or at least he did. And I drove him to that point on purpose. I had manipulated him to prioritize my own pleasure. And in the end, he did exactly what I wanted him to do. It was the first time in my life that I had lost control of myself so completely. I couldn't stop. However, ultimately, no amount of interrogating Ikuina helped me remember anything. As I zoned out on the bed, I heard loud footsteps running down the hall outside. Earlier, I had used the last of my strength to grab my phone and call Taku. Then the front door flew open, and the footsteps came barreling into the apartment toward us. Slowly, I turned my heavy eye toward the door. There, Taku stood staring at me in shock.
毎回こうだと分かっちゃいるが、本当にどうしようもないな。
Muttering to himself, he walked over to the bed. I smiled faintly and closed my eye as the strength drained from my body. Well, positive note, I don't have to block any of it off. It was that same dream again. The dream where someone cuts me. Probably a memory from my childhood. Assuming it wasn't my own personal fantasy. Okay. The cut ran deep. With a razor-sharp knife that glinted in the light. Right in the center of me chest. Ooh. Slowly but firmly. And the hand that held the knife was that of a child. My viewpoint switched, and then I felt a sharp prick of pain in my back. I was lying on my stomach, so I couldn't see what was happening. All I knew was that my back hurt, An intense pain made my throat spasm, and then I screamed. So with them, I'm basically just reliving my past without even knowing it. I wish I could read that letter again. Damn it. The moment I awoke, a headache set in, and I grimaced. Lately, I always seem to feel like shit in the morning after a nightmare. Maybe the new meds weren't a good fit for me either. Holy mess, what the Helios? I don't know, it just looks messier than usual. Yeah, it feels messier than usual. I sat up on the sofa, grabbed the bottle of booze off the floor, and took a swig. 2 weeks had passed since Ikuina's euphoric episode. I received medical treatment at the clinic, and once I had recovered enough to walk, I started the painting process. I was told Ikuina was taken to a different hospital. But while I would always stay cooped up in my room while a painting was in progress, things were a little different this time. Normally, I would paint like a man possessed, but this time, I couldn't focus. I kept painting and repainting over and over. Most of my time was spent frozen like a statue in front of the canvas, just thinking. I was so unfocused, in fact, I even fiddled with my cell phone, something I almost never did during a painting sesh. I read through a bunch of notifs from Ray and Sakaki, and tossed my phone onto the sofa. Naturally, I had no intention of calling them back because I'm an asshole. I was only growing more frustrated with myself for wasting time. At one point, Ray came by my place with a parcel for me. Normally, I would ignore anyone who tried to interrupt me while I was painting, but this time was different. What is this? When I opened it, I found a small white box with a single business card inside. On it, someone had scrawled Takanokuchi Medical Office. It literally just says Takanokuchi. How do you know it's a medical office? Well, I guess because it says doctor. Apparently, this person was a doctor. Takanokuchi Medical Office. It was a comparatively large-scale hospital facility right here in Shinkumi. How would someone send me this person's business card? I could just imagine, like, Fujieda waiting in the wings, like, alright, it's now day 4. Towa should be finished with Ikuina, so let's ship out this business card so you can get it in the next 2 days. Man's got a plan. Asakura. I fetched the other box and pulled out those 3 headshots. Ikuina, Kirihara, and Asakura. Asakura Kazuki. Sure enough, it was a match. I pulled off my paint-stained coveralls, shrugged them up, and left the building. It was the first time in my life that I got up and left in the middle of a painting. Wait, is it gonna be like an amalgamation of all of it? All 3 of them? I think it might be, maybe. So I'm trying to think. Obviously they're connected to his past, right? So is it things like he allowed, he meaning his father, allowed them to do to his kid?
Towa!
Hi. Sorry. Sorry. Reflex.
何度も電話してるのに出ねえから心配したんだぞ。入院してたらしいじゃねえか。また趣味に夢中になりすぎたのか？
Just trying to think. Was he doing it to try and toughen Towa up? Was he trying to like make him immune to pain or something? Dang it. Oh, they said Kirihara's was clavicle. On the right side, I'm guessing? Oh. So chest, back, clavicle, the right side. Nope, that's the right side. I was touching my left side. I wonder, why did he let all these people in? Why did he allow them to do this to Towa? Sorry. I know I'm not reading because it's like I'm just so busy trying to figure out what the hell was going on in his past. I mean, honestly, I don't blame Towa for trying not to remember it. I don't. Because like, if that's part of what his childhood was like, I wouldn't want to remember it either. Sakaki seemed to sense this because he gazed at me pensively for a moment and smiled weakly.
そう怖い顔で睨むなって。今日は用事ついでに顔を見ようと思っただけだ。話したいことがたくさんあるんだよ。
Forget him.
親父のことも。だが、また今度にしよう。
As he spoke, I peered into the car. One of his cronies was sitting in the driver's seat, but there was another man in the back with him who gave off a very different vibe. He was wearing glasses and a blank expression, like that of a megane. Probably the straight-laced, highly guarded type. The other car had more cronies inside.
どこかへ行くところだったのか。
At this, I looked back at Sakaki.
邪魔して悪かった。また連絡する。
With that, he rolled the window back up. As the car sped away in a cloud of exhaust fumes, I started walking. Up ahead, I could see a 6-story building with a fancy sign out front that read, Takanokuchi Medical Office. Inside, the waiting room was filled with patients sitting on benches. Granted, I knew I probably wouldn't be able to meet with Asakura without good reason, so I said I was a new patient and requested him as my physician. Fortunately, he was working today, and the wait wouldn't be too terribly long. So, I sat down on a bench to wait until he was available. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at the animals again, they're just so cute. Especially the seal. Oh my god. So cute. Narrowly suppressing a nicotine craving, I let my eyes unfocus as I stared into space. That's such a mood, Towa. Such a mood. The smoke rising from the patients blurred together like a watercolor painting. Just then a question rose to mind. What exactly am I doing here? It was pure impulse that brought me here. But what did I even say to this Asakura guy? Hey, I have your headshot? There was no guarantee it would go as well as it did with Hikulina.
Murase-san, Murase Towa-san, 一番の診察室へどうぞ.
I forgot he uses Taku's last name. It is actually his family name now that I think about it. Like, we've heard so much talk about, like, his dad, some snippets about his mom. And even when he briefly mentioned his sister, nobody ever mentions, like, his father's last name. Wait. I'm stupid, wait a minute. Because I'm thinking back to, like, Madarame's route. And how in the madness ending, it He went from the Takasato Gumi to the Madarame Gumi, so I'm assuming that's what they put in like the last name. So that means Takasato is Towa's actual last name. Oh my god. I don't know why it took me this long to figure it out, but here we are. When I entered, the doctor stopped typing on his computer and glanced in my direction. So this was Asakura. He waited for me to be seated, then turned in my direction.
Konnichiwa. 今日はどうされましたか?
I wanted to see you. While he spoke politely, there was something hostile about his tone. Maybe he was judging me based on my looks. I silently scrutinized his face. He frowned back at me dubiously. Sure enough, it was the same guy from the headshot, though he looked younger in the photo.
風邪をひいたみたいで少し熱っぽいんですけど。
It was a lie, of course. He must have seen right through it because his skepticism only deepened.
そうですか。それじゃ口を大きく開けて。
俺のことは知ってるか?
I cut in with a question, and he scowled at me.
失礼ですが、初対面かと。少なくとも私はあなたとは会ったことがない。
それじゃこれは。
Well, he still has paint on his hands. I pulled a folded piece of paper out of my pocket, opened it up, and thrust it at him. Don't just... Wait, actually, wait. I can read it. This is his mom. His mom wrote this. This is from Maya's diary. Huh. I know damn well his father wouldn't write about this. I know his father wouldn't. So what the hell did his mom... do? What did she let these people do to him? Yo. Bro had a crazy mom. It was the torn paper from the cardboard box. At first he glared at me, but when he looked at the paper he gasped. Oh, why did it suddenly go black? Oh, why is it going... oh? His complexion went pale. Then his smoke changed color and began to warp unnaturally.
これはどうして?
何か知ってるのか?
His lips trembled as he looked at me, his eyes as wide as saucers. He seemed to be struggling to find his words, but I wasn't about to wait. And next, I pulled out his headshot.
何か知ってることがあるなら話せ。
君はどうしてそんなものまで?
Answer my damn question! I'm the one asking questions. The moment he saw the photo, all the blood drained from his face and panic rose up in his eyes.
診察が必要ないのであれば帰ってくれないか? ここは病院だ。
Boy. He stammered quietly without meeting my gaze.
俺には必要だ。
帰ってくれ。
No.
人には言えない秘密がある。あんたのことだよ。
何を急に。
そういうやつがこの病院にいるって言いふらすこともできる。
やめろ。
なら。
Right. The dog. He glared at me in the flustered rage. Ew.
先生、どうされました?
No. Right? Just then, the curtain slid open and a nurse peeked in. Asakura's face stiffened as he shook his head.
なんでもない。気にしないでくれ。
Puzzled, the nurse disappeared behind the curtain once more. Asakura let out a heavy sigh and hung his head. He pressed his hands to his knees and slowly clenched them into fists. For a while, he stared at the floor in contemplation. Then he looked up at me.
その紙に書いてあるのは、かつて私が犯した大きな過ちについてだ。
大きな過ち？
なぜ君がそれを？
Cause I'm the one you did it to, boy!
いいから話せ。
I gazed firmly into his eyes, like I was trying to see into his soul. He met my gaze, then eventually conceded.
大学生だった頃の話だ。私はゼミの教授に声をかけられた。
Yeah?
私を最も有望な生徒と見込んで連れて行きたいところがあると。教授を心底尊敬していた私は舞い上がった。めったに生徒を評価しないと言われていた人だったんだ。バーで教授と酒を酌み交わした後、洋館へ連れて行かれた。豪華で美しい館ではあったが、召喚か何かなのだろうということは一目で分かった。酔いが回っていた私は、教授のような人でもこういう店に来るのだと深くは考えなかった。その後、教授と共にある部屋へ通された。そこには目隠しをされた子供がうつ伏せで横たわっていた。子供を取り囲むように何人かの大人が座っていて、私もうつ伏せになっている子供の隣に座らされた。そして手にメスを握らされて。
He grimaced in pain, closed his eyes, and bit his lip. His fists were shaking in his lap.
切れと言われたんだ。目の前にいる子。私は酔っていた。だから自分が夢を見ているのか現実なのかの区別もつかなかった。それで切ったんだ。
どこ？
背中を切った。その時急に天使の宗教画を思い出して、羽がとても美しかったと思って。
どんな風に切った？
肩甲骨に沿って。
Choking back a sob, he pursed his lips together.
その子の体には他にもたくさんの傷があった。だからきっと私だけではなく、そういうことが常に行われていたのではないかと思う。
That doesn't make it okay.
その子供はどうなった？
死んではいないはずだ。専属の医者がいると言っていた。真実はわからないが、その君が持っている紙に書かれた他の二人もおそらく私と同罪のものなんだろう。傷の部位は目隠しをした子供が負った傷を示している。少なくとも私がつけた傷については合っている。
He slumped his shoulders and stared at the floor like he was completely drained.
ずっとあれは夢の出来事だったのではないか。夢であってほしいと願っていたんだが、現実だったのか。もしそうなら
本当に後悔している。だが、
He looked at me with weary eyes.
なぜ今になって、どうして今、君はそれを私に突きつけたんだ。
Past always has a weird way of showing up at the worst times.
そんなの俺の方が聞きたい。
Muttering quietly, I rose from my chair and left the exam room. Are we done with him? After I paid my bill, I headed for the exit and left the building. Oh, this is a new angle. Feeling my racing heartbeat to calm down, I took a deep breath of cold air, but my skull still felt like it was on fire. The boy Asakura described, blindfold, and the cuts on his back. Fragmented images flashed in my mind. I had 2 scars on my back that ran along my shoulder blades. One of the guys... Oh god. One of the guys I fucked, I forgot when or who it was, once told me that it looked like someone had ripped out my angel wings. So if Asakura was telling the truth, then that blindfolded little boy was probably me. And apparently Ikuina had put me at some point too. I reached into my pocket, pulled out the crumpled piece of paper, and unfolded it. According to this record, Ikuina was the one who gave me this scar across my chest. Wait, so Ikuina gave me this huge long scar? Dark emotions swirled in my chest as I gazed down at the paper. All that remained was Kirihara. Was Kirihara just like the rest? Dark and twisted, hell yeah. I mulled it over as I walked, and before I knew it, I had arrived at the clinic. Back in my place, pulled off my coat and sat down at the easel without even changing into my coveralls. Robotically, I picked up my paintbrush, dipped it in the paint, and went back to work. Meanwhile, my brain replayed a certain voice, but I intentionally ignored it, painting away like a single-minded machine. Originally, I was painting Ikuina, but now a crumbling face was emerging on the canvas. It was Ikuina's face, soon joined by Asakura's face. The 2 separate entities seemed to struggle for dominance. Ever since I'd spoken with Asakura, I could hear someone screaming in my head. Don't remember. No, you have to remember. I know, it's gonna be painful as hell. It's literally just literally hearing about the nightmares he's having. I could only imagine it was worse. Worse than what we're actually seeing. I couldn't tell whose voice it was, but whoever they were, they refused to shut the fuck up. Eventually, I couldn't stand it anymore. I dropped my paintbrush and rose to my feet. In my rage, I kicked over the easel, sending the still wet canvas toppling to the floor. I ran a hand through my hair and paced around the room. On a whim, I stopped short to sift through the items from the cardboard boxes. Cardboard boxes? I thought there was only one. Then I went back to pacing. This pattern repeated several times. Every now and then, the voice in my head would weaken, and I would regain my composure long enough to work on my painting. It was obvious from my behavior that I was emotionally unstable. I mean, with a past like yours, I'm surprised that you weren't emotionally unstable until now. Something was clearly wrong with me. Well, when you're traumatized, you know. And it was starting to make me lose control completely. In my desperation, I visited Takanokochi Medical Office several more times. Each time I tried to meet with Asakura to no avail. Not that I could blame him. I didn't exactly pull any punches the first time around. Looking back, I probably could have handled that a little better. My chest felt like it was full of storm clouds. One minute I was painting, and the next I found myself at the park. I had no motivation to do anything, or to speak to anyone. I could still hear someone in my head, ringing alarm bells. Don't remember. Don't dig any deeper. Staring at the ground, I walked up to a big tree and leaned against it. As I stood there, I overheard some loud, cheerful voices in the distance.
あれあそこにいるの、トワ
Hi!
本当だ。
トワさん、こんにちは。
Kotaro, Mayu, and Eiji walked over to me excitedly. They were all carrying plastic grocery bags. Evidently, they were on their way back from a shopping trip. And now we know that stuff is from Madarame.
なんだか久しぶりじゃねえか。2週間ぶりか？
そんなに会ってないっけ？トワさん、元気がないように見えますけど、どうしました？
I'm being tormented by my inner demons!
別に。
Or that. I didn't want them digging into my business, so I looked away.
なんだご機嫌斜めか？もうちょっと優しくしてくれよ。こっちはヒーヒー言いながら重いもん持って歩いたんだからよ。
Kotaro rustled the bags in his hands as he spoke.
大して重くないですよ。
うるせえな。
小太郎大げさ。
買い出しか？
ああ、これから戻るところだ。
その後は？
特に用事はないよ。
Y'all wanna hang?
デスマッチエリア行かないのか？
え？
They all looked at me in disbelief.
トワからデスマッチの話が出るなんて珍しいね。
He's losing it, guys.
どうしたんですか？何かあったんですか？
As I fell silent, the three of them exchanged a glance.
嬉しいお誘いと言いたいところだが、今エリアに近づかない方がいいぜ。
そうそう、やめとけやめとけ。
Normally, Kotaro would always try to drag me to the deathmatch area, whether I wanted to go or not. So if he didn't want to go anywhere near the place, then it had to be in pretty bad shape. Maybe the leader's death had something to do with it, too.
飲みとかなら全然付き合いますよ。
Aww.
じゃあそれでいい。
よっしゃ、行こうぜ。
とりあえずお使いを済ませてくるよ。またここに集合。
トワさん、少し待っててくださいね。
And with that, the trio headed out of the park. I wasn't especially in the mood to drink, but right now I didn't care. I just leaned against the tree and waited for them to return. Our poor tormented baby. 10 days later, I was still nowhere near done with Ikuhina's painting. Normally, Taku stayed out in my room when I was painting, but he was excessively worried about me this time around.
とは入るぞ。
When he knocked, I didn't answer. Instead, I just lay there on the floor with my eyes closed. It's one of those days, huh? The floor was littered with paint, splattered papers, and tools, with barely any space to walk on. In my hand was the Grammy bunny from the first box. Okay, there was a second box? When did we get a second box? Huh? Frustrated with my lack of progress on the painting, I pulled out the bunny and tried to remember more about it, but doing so only exhausted my energy. The painting wasn't finished. More accurately, I couldn't seem to reach a level of completion I was satisfied with. The more I painted, the more the composition changed, and the more I struggled to paint it anyway. The faster I burned out until eventually I gave up in despair. The voice in my head was still there. Frustration and doubt gnawed away at my sanity. Taka must have lost patience with my lack of response because the door quietly opened.
Towa.
He walked in, finding his step as he crossed over the messy floor to me. I felt him crouch down, then his rough fingers touched my neck. Relieved to find me alive, he grabbed me by the shoulder and gave me a little shake.
Oi, Towa.
I opened my eye to find Taku frowning down at me. More accurately, at my hand. At the old, ball-jointed bunny doll. Why was he looking at it? All at once I snapped to my senses and sat up. Startled, he froze and looked at me. His hand hovered in the direction of the bunny. Hastily, I concealed the toy behind my back.
そいつをどこで手に入れたんだ?
None of your business. He asked quietly, in a tone of forced calm. Did he recognize this bunny? Or was he just curious about it for some reason?
見せてくれ.
No. Then he reached out farther, and on reflex, I shoved him away. He fell to the floor and bumped into the cardboard box nearby. Damn it. First he grimaced. When he caught sight of the box, his expression changed instantly. He shot me a look, then rose to his feet.
なんでだ?
I spoke in a flat voice without averting my gaze.
なんで知ってる?
お前、少し変だぞ。落ち着け。
He spoke to me like he was reassuring a child, and yet his face looked tense. He could try to play it cool all he liked, but he couldn't fool me. I could see it in his smoke, which was now warped out of shape and flashing colors rapidly.
変なのはそっちだろ。
何かだ?
嘘をついてる。
For a moment, he fell silent, but then he let out a breathy chuckle.
何もそいつを取ろうってわけじゃない。見せてほしいだけだ。
No.
嘘だ。
本当だよ。
You're bad at lying! No, I'm kidding.
信じられない。
見せてくれ。と、頼む。それを。
Bunny in hand, I jumped in my feet and ran for the door. Run! Get as far as possible! Trampling over the papers and tools scattered across the floor, I dashed out of the room. However,
ちょっと、Towa!
I barely got a few steps before I crashed into Ray, who was standing just outside.
どけ。
No!
捕まえろ。
No, don't!
何なの?
Perplexed, Ray grabbed my arm to stop me. I struggled to escape but couldn't wriggle out of his grasp. Ultimately, the two of them dragged me back into my apartment. Dang it, he was so close. God damn it, Ray.
タクがなかなか戻ってこないから様子を見に来たらびっくりしたわ。何があったっていうの?
Ray pressed a hand to his mouth as his eyes darted between me and Taku.
いや、ちょっとな。と、本当に取り上げたりはしないから、それを見せてくれないか。
Taku stooped down, trying to make eye contact with me as I sat on the sofa and stared at my lap. I turned away, avoiding his gaze, and threw the toy at him. He scrutinized the bunny with a hard look on his face. He turned it over and over in his hands and let out a sigh and handed it back to me, just as he promised.
悪かったな。
そのぬいぐるみ何なの？
わからん。トアがぬいぐるみを持って帰ってきたのかと思って見せてもらっただけだ。お前にとっては大事なものなんだろうな。
The smoke twisted in different angles, changing colors at the speed of light. It was always so obvious to me when anyone lied, which meant Taku knew something about this bunny. He had been my private physician ever since I was a kid, so it stood to reason that he would know about my past. I gritted my teeth.
絵はまだ仕上がってないのか？お前が絵を描いてる途中でつまずくなんて珍しいが、たまにはゆっくり休むことも大事だぞ。
そうよ、トワ。無理しないでね。
But their words of concern fell on deaf ears. They looked at me anxiously, waiting for me to speak, but eventually gave up and left the room. Taku knows something. He's lying to me. Then the voice in my head got louder. Don't remember. Don't dig any deeper. What was lurking in my past? Oh, baby, it sounds like a world of pain. Literally, not just figuratively. I rose from the sofa and sat down at the easel. With a fresh eye, I reevaluated my work in progress. It was downright hideous, but I decided to continue. It was less that I wanted to paint, and more that I wanted to use the painting as an outlet for the frustration welling up inside me. I started to fling the bunny, but stopped myself just in time. Instead, I dropped it lightly at my feet. The pocket watch hanging on the easel swayed, thumping quietly. And bro is going through it. The next day, I was sitting at the easel, staring at the floor and utterly failing to make any progress on the painting, when I heard a knock at the door.
急にすみません。
What's up? The door opened a crack, and in peeked Arimura. This was a rare sight since he hardly ever came up here. He glanced around and grimaced. Apparently, he wasn't impressed with the state of my room.
一応伝えておいた方がいいかと思って。
Mm-hmm.
何？
今朝、トワさん宛ての郵便物が届いてたんです。
He's gonna be like, move! Is it another box?
それで、そのことを村瀬先生に伝えたら、俺が渡すと言って持って行かれたんですけど。
No.
いや。
At this, he averted his eyes anxiously.
そうですか。郵便物のことを伝えたとき、先生の様子がいつもと違うというか、少しおかしいように感じたので気になって、トワさんに確かめた方がいいかと思ったんです。
Thank you, Arimura.
わかった。
I rose to my feet and quickly headed to the door.
助かった。
Yes, thank you. Because if I don't get that box, you'll never remember. At this, his expression went blank, and he averted his eyes. He and I had never gotten along swimmingly, but for once, he had done me a huge favor. Swing that door open. I went downstairs to the first floor, down the hall, and into the exam room. I didn't see Taku, but I could smell something burning. I looked over at the sink on the other side of the room. There, I could see someone in a white lab coat with his back turned.
Oi.
It was Taku. I called out to him as I approached, and he whirled around. No. That's it, Taku. It's on fucking site. It's on site. In the sink was a stack of papers currently on fire. Nearby was an open envelope. Instantly, I knew it was the mail Arimura had mentioned.
お前
I grabbed him by the shoulder, yanked him toward me, and punched him in the face. He staggered back a few steps and slammed into the counter. I shoved him out of the way and peered into the sink. More than half of the papers had already caught fire. I hastily turned on the faucet and extinguished the fire. I'm sorry. It's just like I know he's upset, but it's kind of like when you're upset about something and then somebody just catches a stray from you just because you're upset. That's what it kind of felt like right there. He hung his head, clutching at his bleeding lip with one hand.
有村に聞いた。俺宛ての郵便物だろ。どういうことだ。
ガラクタだ。お前
No
には
one.
必要ない。
それを決めるのはお前じゃない。
True, you don't. I snatched up the now waterlogged papers and shot him a venomous, seething look.
知らない方がいいこともある。
Well, guess the fuck what? I want to know regardless. He mumbled the words with a pain grimace on his face. I kicked the chair over as hard as I could, then grabbed the empty envelope off the table and ran out of the exam room. Out in the hall, I encountered a very perplexed Arimura. He must have heard the commotion and come to investigate. I walked past him silently, got through the waiting room, and left the building. As you do. I stormed straight to the park, walked up to an empty bench and sat down. Ah, dang it. Let's go. The little boy appears to... Like, guys, I am fond of that little boy. I decided to give him a chance and put a knife in. True to his instincts, he plunged that knife into my son. He seemed so giddy, enjoying the moment while it lasted. So that was about Asakura. A puncture beneath the right clavicle. Subclavian artery undamaged, depth of 40... I'm guessing that's millimeters? Bleeding but still conscious, unable to focus. Sutured within 6 hours. Allotted rest period of 18 days. Will, I guess, basically keep an eye out for potential complications. Sure enough, the envelope had my name on it. Over 1/3 of each page had long since burned to ash, but the rest was barely legible. Like the torn page sent to me earlier, they seemed to list my scars in detail. Then I encountered the name Kirihara. The headshot photo rose up in my mind. Was this potentially a major clue about Kirihara? The thought made me furious with Taku for trying to burn my stuff behind my back. According to Asakura, it was possible Ikuina and Kirihara had inflicted wounds on me as well. I couldn't bear to sit still, so I rose from the bench. I thought maybe I could find out more if I tried asking Ikuina. Being, I didn't actually know where he was. All I knew was that he had been sent to a different hospital after his euphoric episode. So, I pulled out my cell phone and dialed AAG's number. I was hoping he could find out for me.
はいはい。トワさん、どうしたんですか？
生稲隆という男が今どこにいるのか調べてほしい。
ちょっと待ってくださいね。生稲隆さんですね。
ああ。
他にも何か情報があればぜひ。
He worked at a flower shop?
住んでるマンションはメゾンソレイユ3号棟の1403。 花屋の店員だ。ルーストのブログにフレーズって名前で作品を投稿してる。
なるほど。調べてみますね。何か分かったら連絡します。
それと今から男の画像を送る。そいつの情報も欲しい。名前は桐原だ。
You forgot his first name. Meguma? Yeah, Meguma.
さっきより難易度アップしましたね。名前と画像だけだと絞り込むのはかなり難しいと思います。でも僕はノーとは言いません。とりあえずやってみます。それにしても急にどうしたんですか？何か事件でもあったとか？
He seemed to read my silence because he hastily continued.
まあいいです。今度ルーストで一杯おごってくださいね。
Aww.
ああ。
それじゃまた連絡します。
The phone call over, I let out a breath. The warning bells in my head were getting louder and louder. Don't remember. Don't dig any deeper. Then I rose from the bench and left the park. After the fight with Taku, I didn't feel like going back to the clinic, but I felt the urge to finish my painting. So to avoid running into Taku or any of the other staff, I slipped in through the side entrance, then headed up to the 3rd floor. Back in my place, I checked to make sure the cardboard box was still here. Sure enough, it was right where I left it. I grabbed it, walked over to the easel, sat down, and set it at my feet. An even closer shot. Nice. Damn. Look at those eye bags. From there, I went back to painting. I moved my brush mindlessly, like the paint was coagulated. Sludge puked up from the depths of my beak. Probably is. But no matter how much paint I used, I never seemed to get any closer to finishing. With no way to sublimate the impulse I felt, I could only vent my anger. Felt like I was trapped in a maze with no way out. Wow. Another dream. Man, nightmare. He has nightmares. Forget dreams. This poor boy. A shadow fell over me, and I looked up at it. Ooh. Something sparkled sharply in the light, the blade of a knife. I could feel hard concrete against my back, and a weight on my hips. A pair of bloodshot eyes glinted dully at me. Unsuppressed breaths and laughter. Ooh. There was a searing heat and a stabbing pain. Ooh. 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 That's not a great sound. Okay, but I want to know, why did Maya allow this to happen to her kid? Like, obviously, his father wouldn't care, but why did she allow it? At last the painting was complete. Or rather, I had decided I was done with it. I didn't consider it finished, but I was all out of ideas. I just didn't know what direction to take it in. The whole time I was painting, I kept questioning my past. There were 3 people connected to me: Ikuina, Asakura, and Kirihara. But I had next to no information about Kirihara. I tried asking people at Roost and around town, but came up empty-handed. All I could do was wait for Eiji. How could I fail to finish a painting? Nothing like this had ever happened before, and it was aggravating. Ooh. work was supposed to be centered on Ikuina's desire, but now it was an incongruous mix of things. An eerie Frankenstein face loomed out at me. And even after I set down my brush, I still felt the inexplicable urge, desperate to get it out of my system. I kept flinging things at the walls. Oh god. No amount of raging around made me feel better, and now my vision was warped in all different colors, possibly as a side effect of forcing myself to paint. Because of that, everything looked freakish. I knew it was all in my head, but I couldn't stop. I couldn't sit still. I wanted it gone, but I couldn't shake it. Don't remember. Don't dig any deeper. The obnoxious voice kept ringing in my ears. It was unlike anything I had ever felt before.
Towa!
Get away from me! Yeah. Donkey? The commotion must have been audible from the first floor because Taku came upstairs. But I didn't meet his gaze. I stood frozen, bottle in hand mid-throw. My room was now even messier than before. I hadn't spoken to him ever since he tried to burn my mail. Why would he do that? He claimed it was junk, but refused to explain any further. I suspected he might try to burn the cardboard box next, but apparently he wasn't willing to go that far. I scrutinized my expression, trying to gauge my emotions, then put a hand on my shoulder. I didn't push him away, but I felt hostility rise up inside me, and I stiffened slightly. I didn't want to talk to anyone, and I didn't want to be touched. I wanted him to fuck off.
Towa, 瓶から手を離すんだ。
I raised my head and looked up into his eyes. A swirl of purple, red, and black smoke engulfed them.
いいか、何もしない。大丈夫だから。な。
He spoke gently, as if soothing a child, but the moment that word reached my ears, something snapped inside me. My heart started to race. I began to breathe heavily. My vision went red, literally. No. I'm scared. I shoved him away as hard as I could, then ran off. I bolted from the room, down the stairs, and out of the building. Rain fell from the dark clouds above, soaking my skin. Gasping for breath, I dashed into the park and crawled into the large concrete playground tunnel. It was big enough for an adult to fit inside if curled into a ball. Oh. My hands shook as I clutched my knees tightly. I couldn't tell if the rain had extinguished my body heat, or if I was actually scared about something. My vision was a swirl of garish, unnatural colors that seemed to come alive. I buried my face in my knees and held my breath. Why was I so dizzy? And why were my ears ringing? What was happening to me? As I lay curled up in the tunnel, the rain only poured down harder. The raindrops echoed, cutting me off from the outside world. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Taku's voice reverberated in my ears over and over, slowly morphing into a voice I didn't recognize. It's okay. See, isn't it fun? Whoever it was, their voice sent goosebumps prickling up my arms, and I could feel terror filling my chest. I felt like there was a stranger inside me. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. The suffocating pressure made me whimper through gritted teeth. Memories and voices I didn't recognize. What was lurking in my past? I just didn't know. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw something move and looked over. The entrance to the tunnel was now half blocked. Someone was standing there. We finally meet the man himself, hey! Been a hot minute, where you been? I could see a man in a suit stooped over, peering inside at me. Our eyes met. I didn't recognize him. A man in suit with glasses. It's okay. The voice echoed in my mind once more. It's okay. No. It's not. It's not okay at all. Oh. I don't know where goosebumps shot up from my spine to the nape of my neck. In an instant, all I felt was malice. This man didn't do anything to you. Word to action, I lunged at the man purely on impulse. He tried to dodge, but I latched onto him and knocked him to the ground. His umbrella rolled off. Screaming, I tried to swing my fist at him, but he grabbed my arm. What ensued was a power struggle. I tried to punch him while he tried to stop me. Then he kneed me in the gut. Unable to dodge, I took a hit to the solar plexus. They love that. They love that. Saying solar plexus. They really do. As I reeled, he punched me in the face. I tried to punch back, but I could feel the strength draining from my limbs. I hadn't eaten or drank anything during the painting process, so I was malnourished, and my body was screaming in protest. Just then, an intense wave of drowsiness set in. My mind began to fade. Slowly, I crumpled to the muddy ground. As everything went fuzzy, I could hear the splashing sound of someone running. But later, I could hear voices, but they were too muffled to parse, almost like I was underwater.
あなたのせいではありません。ただ、これが発作か何かだったとしたら、非常に危険だ。しっかりと見張っておいた方がいいでしょう。
Cold water was gathering against my cheek, and the smell of wet sand filled my nostrils. I was so sleepy, I couldn't move. So, I closed my eye and passed out. Poor baby. That's what happens when you do go seeking answers, but... Oh, say it ain't so. Is that a scream? Holy shit. Ooh, whoa, what is... Okay. Someone was wailing. But I didn't recognize the voice. I felt like I should know them, but I couldn't remember. The voice was muffled, like a thin veil was draped over my ears. I couldn't parse what they were saying, but I could hear the English screaming. Someone was begging for help. Ooh. Oh, is this how his sister met his aunt? Sister met her aunt. Damn, it'd be like that. Gasping for breath, I snapped awake and jumped upright. What an awful nightmare. What a terrible night to have a curse. Well, in this case, a nightmare. I could only remember bits and pieces, but none of it was pleasant. My whole body had broken out in a cold sweat. As my chest tightened, I gasped for breath. My heart was pounding so hard, felt like it might burst out of my ribcage. I kept having so many nightmares lately. I used to be a total insomniac, But now things were different all of a sudden. Holy. After a pause, I realized I was lying in bed, in my room. Normally I never use this bed, opting instead for the sofa. So what was I doing here? Confused, I looked around. The lights were off and it was pitch black, but I could see the faint outlines of everything in the room. That's right. As my mind sharpened, the memories returned to me. I finished Ikuina's painting and ran out of the building. Then I curled into a ball in the tunnel at the park, where a man in a suit spotted me. The next thing I knew, I lunged at him, and I fell to the ground and I heard someone's voice. Looking back, I realized the voice was Taku's. He must have carried me back to the clinic. But the man in the suit, I thought I didn't recognize him, but actually I did. He was sitting with Sakaki in the back seat of the car that day I was walking past the park. His sharp eyes had left a lasting impression on me. With his perfectly pressed suit, he was the polar opposite of me in every way. Too bad our first interaction was me attacking him out of nowhere. At least I never have to see him again. I let out a long breath, then tried to sit up, but I could feel something tugging against me. I looked over to find a thin tube extending from my right arm, leading up to the metal stand. Leading up the metal stand to an IV bag hanging there. It didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out who was behind it. I ripped off the tape and yanked the needle out of my arm. I flung the IV needle away and gasped for breath. Felt sick, my mouth was dry, and my head hurt. The voice in my head was silent for now, but in exchange, I felt sluggish and massively dizzy. I rose from the bed, walked over the messy floor, and flipped the lights on. Ooh, flashbang. Judo. The bright light made me squeeze my eyes shut, on reflex, but after a few moments my vision adapted to it. My room was still every bit the disaster it had been when I left it. There were muddy clothes on the sofa. Right now, I was only in my underwear. Luca must have stripped me down before he put me to bed. I grabbed my coat and pulled my phone out of my pocket. There I found the message from Eiji. After Ikuina was discharged from the hospital, he apparently abandoned his condo, and his current whereabouts were still under investigation. Really? So this time, in this timeline, Ikuina disappears. As for Kirihara... Wait. Oh! Okay, this is the brother, the older brother. So I'm like, there's no way that the Kirihara we met is already dead. Alright, as for Kirihara, he left the world several years ago. But he had a younger brother named Nozumu. So, Eiji said he'd look into him next. Okay, so Megumu is the older brother. Okay. Got it. So, oh no! See, now I feel bad for him. Because remember, he said he left the mainland looking for his brother? That means all this time he's been looking fruitlessly. Damn, I'm sorry, bro. Damn. I sent him a brief reply to confirm I'd received his message. So, yeah, he wouldn't be able to meet Megumu then. Unfortunate. Also, my inbox was AG's newsletter with a thumbnail image of some deathmatch live stream, but I didn't bother opening it. I tossed my phone onto the sofa. Meanwhile, I thought about the events that led to my park excursion last night. It all started when Taku tried to fuck with my mail behind my back. I grabbed my pants and pulled the partly burned papers out from the back pocket. They were still damp and the contents had gone blurry from the rain. I can still read it though. Thinking about Taku pissed me off all over again. Then I looked up at the clock on the wall. It was just past 2 a.m. Set the envelope and burnt papers on the coffee table, then grabbed my phone and opened AG's newsletter. I needed some sort of distraction, and I figured a fistfight would do the job. And then the live stream began to play. On the dimly lit screen, I could see live footage of 2 men currently in the deathmatch area. I could only faintly hear their voices, but my eye was glued to the screen. The men took turns punching each other. Oh, how I envied them. I yearned for an all-out fist fight. I wanted to be so dominated by the pain I could scarcely think. Unable to finish my painting or find any answers to the questions about my past, I could feel frustration building inside me. I needed to vent. I wish I could just erase myself completely. I had truly lost control of myself. Not that I ever had much self-control to begin with. I pulled on some clean clothes at random, shrugged my coat on, stuffed my phone into my pocket, and left the room. Downstairs, the lights were still on. Taku was probably in the exam room. I headed outside and off to the deathmatch area. It took him over an hour to get there. The man came charging at me, desperate to win. I dodged him and struck back. He took my punch but held his ground. Then with a roar, he came lunging at me. The 2 of us crashed to the ground, and I landed hard on my back. This guy wasn't especially strong, and my physical stamina level was dramatically low. Though I'd known full well I wasn't in fighting shape, I had picked a fight with every single person I came across since I got here. We love self-destructive behavior. This was my 4th fight, and I had hit my limit. My opponent straddled my hips and punched me with his left fist, then his right, and back and forth. The painful blows made me grimace and grunt. His eyes glittered with the intent to kill. Punching stopped, and he pulled something out of his pocket. A knife. I'm sorry. Then the thought occurred to me. Is this it for me? I stared at it blankly and prepared for the moment it would plunge into me flesh.
Hi,
Oh, Kotaro! Out of nowhere, the man went flying and the weight was lifted from my hips. Confused, I looked over and found Kotaro standing there with a grin on his face.
ほら、やっぱりTowaだ。俺の目に狂いはないよ。
But yeah, we also found out why he has such good eyes. Honestly, amazing.
危なかったですね。間一髪。
Beside Kotaro stood Mayu and Eiji.
マユがあそこで殴られてるのトアじゃねえかって言うからよ。俺は全然見えなかったんだが。
やべ。
My opponent took one look at the trio, jumped up and ran off like a bat out of hell.
逃げ足早っ。
Right? Look at him!
おうおう、なんだよトア。すげえやられてんじゃん。
He's frustrated. Not the sexual kind. Kotaro knelt down and peered at my face as I slowly pushed myself up.
顔ボッコボコだ。喧嘩したくなっちゃったの？自暴自棄？
How'd you know?
あとちょっとで殺されてましたよ。さっきのやつ結構本気だったでしょ。
荒れたんのか？それともそういうプレイにまで行き着いちゃったか？
It's not a phase, Kotaro. Kotaro smirked at me.
別に。つうかお前、デスマッチエリアに来るなって言っただろうがよ。聞いてなかったか？
お化けに襲われちゃうね。
お化け？ああ、幽霊のことですね。
まあもう止めねえけどよ。
I stared dimly at the three of them, then reached out to Kotaro, who was the closest. I grabbed him by the neck, pulled him close, and glared into his eyes.
遊ぼうぜ。
やっぱプレイ？
This man is a mess. Mayu giggled gleefully.
いいぜ。と言いたいとこなんだがな。今仕事中なんだよ。あんまりいい加減にやってると榊さんが切れるからな。また今度やらせろ。
He shrugged playfully, pulled my arm away, and straightened up.
っていうか、トワさん大丈夫ですか？
No. Eiji leaned forward and waved a hand in front of my face.
ああ、トワはいつもこんな感じだよ。
そうですか？なんだか様子が。
うわっ。
お前でもいい。
You know he doesn't dabble in that. Come on. This time I pulled Eiji close. I was willing to settle for anyone. Whether it was zags or violence, whether it was external or internal, I just wanted someone to hurt me.
トワさん、どうぞ落ち着いて。
Panicked, he grabbed me by the shoulders and gently pushed me back.
トワさん、このまま放っておいたらなんだかヤバそうなんで、村瀬先生のところまで送っていきますね。
No.
なんだよ、本人の好きにさせりゃいいだろうが。
エイジの優しさ発揮？下心あり？
そんなんじゃないですよ。心配してるだけで。
Kotaro scratched his head in annoyance.
ま、いいや。好きにしろ。
Kotaro and Mayu walked off, leaving Eiji behind.
さあ、トワさん、立ってください。帰りましょう。
Eiji's been the real one since the very start, man. He put an arm around my shoulders and gingerly helped me up. After getting my ass kicked by multiple different people, my brain couldn't think straight. Part of me wanted more pain, but part of me didn't actually care. It was too much effort to think right now. I had no energy for Taku, no energy for my forgotten past. None of it.
トワさんって痩せて見えるけど結構重いんですね。
Despite his complaints, he helped me hobble down the street.
エイジ。
はい。
桐原、どうなった？
As I walked, I voiced the question that was on my mind.
まだです。もうちょっと待っててください。
何があったか聞かないのか？
何がって？生稲と桐原のことですか？
ああ。
He murmured to himself in contemplation.
まあ、話してくれるって言うなら聞きたいですけど。 そうじゃないなら無理には聞きませんよ。
True.
人それぞれみんないろんな事情があるじゃないですか。そうだ、榊さんが心配してましたよ。もしかしたらトワさんに連れなくされてへこんでるかも。そういうタイプじゃないですけどね。
At this, I let out a self-deprecating laugh.
近々連絡してあげてください。よいしょと。
He stopped, readjusted his grip on me, and started walking again. As for me, my legs kept giving out, so I rested my weight against them as I stumbled down the road. See, guys, AAG's always been a real one. Always. I love that guy. After AAG escorted me back to the clinic, I went back to my place and flopped down on the sofa. As I was dozing off, the sun rose and there came a knock at the door.
お前
Baku walked in, took one look at me lying on the sofa, and stared at me in shock. Must have seen the cuts and scrapes on my face, my dirty clothes. Oh no. Towa, why do you do this to yourself?
トワ、起きた？
Hooray! Aww. I felt like I'd skipped ahead into the future, right?
具合はどう？
タクは
診察中よ。手が離せないからトワを見ててくれって頼まれたの。お腹空いてない？何か食べる？喉は渇いてない？
酒
ダメ。水持ってくるから待ってて。はい。
Thank you.
「デスマッチエリアに行ったって聞いたわ。急にどうしちゃったの？とはユーフォリアの後から様子がおかしいわよね。
Just let him do his thing.
あとね、部屋が大変なことになってたからトワが寝てる間に少し掃除をしたんだけど、これ何なの？それからあの箱の中身も見ちゃった。ごめんなさい。
Damn. Nosy.
今回の絵も見たけど、いつもと違ってすごいっていうより怖い。
Well, when you set free repressed trauma,
今までの絵にも不気味な雰囲気はあったけど、それとも全然違う。とにかく見た瞬間に怖いって思ったの。トワの絵をずっと見てきて初めてそう思ったわ。そうしたらこの焼け焦げてる紙も箱の中身も何なのかはわからないけど、すごく嫌な感じがして。
listen, they're only burnt because of Taka.
タクもなんだかピリピリしてるし。
He said I'm that desperate for answers, and I'm gonna ask Ray of all people.
多分俺の過去に関係がある。
過去？
ああ。ただ俺は何も覚えてない。誰かが送りつけてきてる。
誰かが？どうしてそんなことを？
わからない。わかってるのは俺の体の傷跡について誰かが記録をつけてたってことだ。
Your mom.
一緒に入ってた写真は実際に俺に傷をつけた連中らしい。ぬいぐるみは死んだ妹のもので、写真に写ってる絵は知らない。
え？待って、どういうこと？全然わからないんだけど。
Now imagine how he feels. Yeah?
3枚の顔写真のうち2人には実際にあった。けど今は話を聞くことができない。
I'm not gonna lie. Literally reading this first line of the 3 headshots, it instantly made me think of Blade. 5 people. You know, his whole little spiel thing. I was like, oh my god, Blade? If you know, you know. If you don't, I mean Blade from Honkai Star Rail.
もう一人はエイジに調べてもらってる。あとはタクが何か知ってる。その紙が焦げてるのはタクが燃やそうとしたからだ。
燃やそうとした？嘘でしょ。
No.
嘘じゃない。俺が受け取るよりも先に開封して流しで燃やしてたのを止めた。理由を聞いても話したがらない。知らない方がいいこともあるって。レイ。
Help me. Help me. I need you.
お前は何か知らないのか？
Ray, no. Not you too. Hmm.
知らないわ。
Ray, you're lying to me too? Okay, good. Good. I was about to say, not you, Ray. Not you, the one singular good person in this entire game. But not here. All gone, right? I didn't want to surround myself with all the sources of my stress. I like the shitty painting and the mystery packages. I needed a bar. Any bar. But before I could take a step, Ray hastily reached out with both hands to stop me.
待って、どこへ行くの？
Bar hopping.
飲みに。
ここじゃダメなの？冷蔵庫にまだ入ってるでしょ。それか買ってきてあげるわよ。
Oh? Ray willingly buying him booze?
外に出たいんだよ。
His lips curled in a guilty frown.
タクにトワを見張ってろって言われてるの。だから。
But then you can keep an eye on me while I go outside.
一緒に来い。
Literally. Literally.
え、でも。
ルーストは？
え？
ルーストならいいだろう。
His eyes wandered in contemplation. At Roost, everybody knew everybody. It was a familiar environment for Ray, so I expected he'd feel comfortable there. Sure enough, he looked back at me and nodded.
わかったわ。でも少しだけよ。
ああ。
コートだけ取ってくるから待ってて。逃げないでね。
He's definitely gonna run away. He shot me a firm look over his shoulder as he opened the door to leave. When I nodded, he turned and walked briskly from the room. Look at Towa, behaving like a good child. Together, Ray and I left the clinic. We arrived at Roost around 5 p.m. Since the place had only just opened, and there were no other customers, and the manager was still setting things up behind the counter.
いらっしゃい。あれ、レイ君も
He looked a bit surprised to see us.
今日はトワの付き添い。ちょっと早いけどいいかな。
いいよ。
ありがとう。
I sat at the counter, and Ray sat down next to me.
二人ともお任せでいい？
ああ。
何でもいいわ。
The manager nodded amiably, then grabbed 2 glasses and got to work. We waited for our drinks in total silence. Ray rested his chin in his hand and watched the manager anxiously. After I lit a cigarette, I pulled my phone out of my coat pocket and found I received a message from AG. Apparently, he was having trouble making any headway regarding Kirihara's younger brother due to the lack of information. Before I knew it, there was a drink on the counter in front of me. I set my cigarette on the ashtray, then grabbed my glass and downed it. When the manager turned in my direction, I held up my empty glass and gave it a shake. I could feel Ray looking at me, probably judging me for drinking too fast. But I pretended not to notice. Then I plucked my cigarette from the ashtray and took a long, slow drag. As you do. Ultimately, I ended up drinking a lot more than I usually would and slumped over the counter, like a certified drunk. By then, a handful of other customers and staff had arrived, and Junko and Arata were bustling around the bar like busy bees.
トワ君、潰れちゃった？
みたいね。
珍しいね。どんなに酔っても寝ちゃうことなんてなかったのに。
そうよね。
Ray and the manager murmured amongst themselves as they gazed at me.
私、ちょっとお手洗いに行ってくるわ。店長、トワのこと見ててもらっていい？ごめんね。
ああ、行ってらっしゃい。
Ray rose from his seat and walked off to the bathroom. I had been listening to their whole conversation. Slowly, I raised my head.
トワ君、具合は？
I answered absently and staggered to my feet.
どこ行くの？
トイレ。
With that, I started stumbling across the... I'm sorry, I'm just like imagining Towa like literally just stumbling and swaying. Then I casually snuck a glance over my shoulder. And when I confirmed that the manager wasn't looking, I headed for the back exit. Oh. Towa. Outside, I pressed a hand against the building wall and slowly walked down the alley. I pretended to black out on purpose so I could escape Ray's surveillance. I knew he was gonna run away. I knew it. Nothing personal, but I didn't want anyone keeping tabs on me. However, I was indeed drunk as a skull. I felt sick and my head ached like I'd taken a punch. With no set destination in mind, I stumbled along the dark, narrow back alley. Then I turned the corner and stepped out onto the street, where the garish neon signs all greeted me at once. This was the red light district, and business was booming, and lots of young customers in newly opened shops. Oh, this is a new area. With a sidelong glance at the pink lights and 2D women in positions, I kept on walking. Then I stepped on an empty can and lost my balance. But right as I jumped up to right myself, I bumped into something. Oh, hi.
君は
Yeah. Hey, it's been a while, huh? Miss me? I swear, guys. I know how to flirt, I promise. It's a lie, it's a lie. As I staggered, the man grabbed my arm and frowned at me. I looked at him and recognized him instantly. The one I attacked out of nowhere. He quickly let go of my arm and took a step back.
酒臭いな。ずいぶんふらついているようだが、まさかこの間も泥酔していたのか？
His expression was blank, save for his eyes, which were narrowed in suspicion.
そっちこそ真面目そうな顔してこんなところで相手でも探してるのか。
I smirked back at him, but then I saw his smoke and frowned. Normally each person's smoke had a color and a style of swaying, but this man's smoke was pure white. It engulfed him in a motionless cloud, like someone had exhaled cigarette smoke into a sealed space. The darker and more agitated a person smoked, the more unstable their mental state. This applied to everyone, including calm and composed people, to at least some degree. And yet his smoke was perfectly static. I'd never seen anything like it before.
確かに人を探してはいるが、そういう相手ではない。
He replied blankly, his expression as static as the smoke. I didn't really care, so I was about to walk off. We lived in two very different worlds. I had nothing to say to him. However, I only made it a few steps before my knees buckled and I fell to the ground. I tried to stand up but didn't have the strength. I exhaled loudly. Then a hand quietly reached out to me. I looked up to find the same man standing in front of me.
村瀬クリニックまで送ろう。
なんで知ってる？
And how did he know that I lived there? He quirked a brow at me unfazed.
先日、公園で君を迎えに来た男性から名刺をもらったんだ。スーツのクリーニング代が必要なら連絡してほしいと言われてね。このまま見なかったことにして立ち去るという選択肢もあるんだが。
You good?
明日のニュースで君を見ることにでもなったら目覚めが悪いからな。
I glared up at him silently, ignored his offered hand and struggled to get up by myself. But my efforts ended in vain. My body wouldn't cooperate.
何をやってるんだ。ほら。
The man hauled me up onto my feet. I had only just managed to break away from Ray. I didn't want to go back to the clinic.
行くぞ。
But in the end, I reluctantly trudged along after him. You could just sit there and tell him, like, hey, can we go somewhere else? After we arrived outside the clinic, the well-dressed man pulled out his phone and placed a call. I could hear Taku's voice on the other end of the line. After he hung up, we walked around to the side entrance. Then I opened the door and he followed me inside. From there, I vaguely directed him upstairs to the third floor. Instant the door opened, however, he froze. He was probably appalled at the level of clutter. I think anybody would be. I stepped away from him, walked to the sofa, and flopped down on my back. A long sigh escaped my lips as my body relaxed against the familiar feel of the sofa. Meanwhile, the man stood stock still for a moment. Then he switched on the lights and began to stroll around the room, like it was an art museum. Well, I mean, a bit. He stopped at the easel and gazed at my painting, then turned and looked at each of the other canvases lying scattered around. Wrestling with nausea and a light headache, I blankly watched him move.
君は絵を描くのか?
まあ
I guess. After he nearly completed a full lap around the room, his gaze came to a stop. He was looking at the cardboard box. He walked over and peered inside. Instantly, his face stiffened.
これは君のものなのか?
どれ?
このぬいぐるみだ。
I heaved my leaden body into an upright position and looked at him.
なんで?
いや、見かけによらず、ずいぶん可愛い趣味だと。
妹のだよ。
At this, he furrowed his brow.
妹?
ああ。
He pursed his lips and stared at the floor. I blinked dubiously back. Then, out of nowhere, effort? I felt a burning sensation in my chest. My throat hitched, and I could feel an intense wave of nausea rising rapidly. The voice started blaring in my head again. I rose from the sofa and ran into the bathroom to the toilet. Lifted the lid, hit the floor, and started puking. The stench of alcohol filled my nostrils. My stomach was still upset, but I felt a lot better after paraffin. Pushed myself up from the floor, rinsed my mouth out in the sink, then washed my face while I was at it. My vision was spinning. I tried to walk but lost my balance and nearly fell. I reached out to grab something. I accidentally knocked the soap and toothbrush to the floor with a loud clatter.
Oi!
The man raced into the bathroom.
大丈夫か? しっかりしろ.
Does he look okay? Does he look okay? Are you okay? Okay. It's okay. His voice overlapped with a different voice in my head, and the vertigo intensified.
立てるか?
He wrapped both arms around me and pulled me to my feet. Reluctantly, I rested my weight against him. Right as he sat me down on the sofa, however, the door opened.
Towa?
Toku peeked in. Our eyes met, but I quickly looked away. Then he noticed the other man, inclined his head in greeting, and walked in.
お電話いただいたときは手が離せなかったもので、わざわざここまで運んでいただいてすみません。
I'm sorry, it's just like, thinking of this entire situation, it's kind of like, you know, a teen who constantly keeps running from home. He keeps ending up back home. This is what it kind of feels like. Jaku bowed deeply as he spoke.
いや、偶然。彼が泥酔して転倒しかけたところを通りかかったんです。さすがに放っておくわけにはいかないと思いました。
Oh, wow, two chance encounters.
本当に前回のことといい、ご迷惑をおかけしました。それで今もまた何かすごい音が 聞こえてきたんですが。
If it happens a third time, that means you were meant to be in my life, sir. I literally just made that up.
ああ。彼が転びそうになったんです。
そうでしたか。
Concerned, Taku looked over at me as I sank back against the sofa.
少し休ませた方がいいでしょうね。
As he spoke, he fixed me with an unusually sharp look, or so I thought, but then he shifted his gaze back to Taku. Was I just seeing things?
まあ、幸いにもこちらは病院ですし、私が心配する必要もないとは思いますが。それでは、そろそろ失礼します。
あ、待ってください。
I mean, hey, listen. If you ever have some free time, man. I'm not gonna finish that. The man walked briskly to the door, but Taku flagged him down.
高里組の弁護士の方ですよね。確か、名前は、藤枝さん。
What's the matter?
はい、そうです。
He pulled a small case from his jacket and handed Taku a business card.
改めまして、藤枝と申します。
お噂は金がね。
何かありましたらいつでもご連絡を。
And be like, yo, can I see that card? And just memorize the number. With a textbook response and a polite smile, Fujieda left the room. After he was gone, Taku stared down at the business card for a long moment. Then, with a sigh, he slid it into the pocket of his lab coat. Apparently, that guy was a lawyer. I leaned back against the sofa and thought about it. Judging from his body language, he certainly seemed uptight. But thinking about Fujieda only made me feel worse, so I rested my head against the sofa and slowly closed my eye. I had slept for a relatively long time. When I opened my eye, I found Taku sitting in the chair across from the sofa. Had he stayed here in my room ever since Fujieda left? He was bent forward, hands clasped together between his legs, staring down at his feet. When he noticed me staring, he looked up.
起きたか。具合はどうだ。
I didn't have the energy for words, so I just grunted. I remembered having a nightmare again, but couldn't recall the details of it. The headache and nausea were gone, but in their place was muddy lethargy.
レイが心配してたぞ。連絡はしておいた。
Come to think of it, I'd given Ray the slip back at Roost. I sat up and grabbed my phone off the coffee table. Sure enough, my notifs were a barrage of missed calls and messages from Ray.
まず、謝らせてくれ。
Taku spoke quietly as he gazed into my eye.
お前宛ての郵便物を勝手に開けて燃やしてしまったこと、本当に悪かった。
Are you really? Or are you just sorry that you got caught? How much of my other mail have you burned that I don't know about?
レイにひどく怒られたよ。もちろん、レイに言われたから謝ろうと思ったわけじゃないんだが。
なんで燃やした？
I narrowed my eye at him without rising from the sofa. He fell silent in contemplation and looked back at me intently.
お前には必要ないと判断したからだ。
And who are you to decide what I do and don't need?
必要ない。
He nodded firmly. Rage flared up inside me.
つまり、お前はあの郵便物が何なのか、その意味を知ってるってことだな。
I rose from the sofa, grabbed the cardboard box I'd kicked to the corner, and tossed it down at him.
少し前に届いた。
One look inside the box and the color drained from his face.
その意味も当然わかるんだろう。これは俺の過去に関係するものだ。お前が燃やした郵便物もそうだよな。そうと分かっていて、俺には必要ないと判断したって。
そうだ。
He choked the word out, and I felt the blood rush to my head. Why was Takum meddling in my business? What did he know about my past?
誰かが俺に過去を思い出させようとしてる。こんなもんまで送りつけられたら嫌でも気になる。そいつが誰なのかを突き止める。それに過去を思い出せば、この意味不明の写真やぬいぐるみが何なのかもわかるはずだ。それを必要ないってなんでお前が勝手に決めるんだよ。
Stood in front of him and glared down at him in icy fury. He looked at me sorrowfully for a moment, then closed his eyes, shutting me out.
思い出さなくていい。
And why is that? Why do you get to decide that?
は？
過去に何があったかなんて知らなくていい。
言えよ、知ってることを話せ。
He gave me a hard stare and shook his head.
ダメだ。お前が見る悪夢も過去に近づくにつれてひどくなってる。違うか？
I hadn't thought to connect the dots like that. But now that I stopped to think about it, my nightmares became more frequent after I started digging into my past.
症状を悪化させてまで過去を思い出す必要はない。
お前が決めることじゃない。
俺はお前をずっと見てきた。どう言われようと、これだけは譲らんぞ。お前のためだ。
How do you know what's good for me? In my anger, I nearly kicked the box across the room. Just then, I realized something was missing. The bunny was gone. Taku followed my gaze to the box and frowned dubiously.
お前、さっきぬいぐるみって言ったよな。入ってないようだが。
入ってた。
Growling, I grabbed him by the collar. The chair creaked as I lifted him halfway out of his seat. Damn, where'd he get the strength from?
お前が取ったんじゃないのか。
違う。
He shot back firmly. I didn't need to look at his smoke to know that he wasn't lying this time. While I did catch him burning my papers, I couldn't imagine he would try to burn the bunny too. No, it was him. I gazed into Taku's eyes as I carefully reached into his coat pocket with my free hand. I swiftly swiped the business card and relinquished my grip on him. He didn't seem to realize I'd stolen it.
もう一度言うが、勝手にお前宛てのものを燃やしたことは本当に悪いと思ってる。
You shouldn't have done it in the first place, man.
俺はお前と喧嘩がしたいわけじゃない。分かってくれ。
With that, he left the room. In the end, he refused to tell me anything. He insisted it was for my own good, but without any explanation, it came off sounding like total bullshit. Let me see, where does he work? Kiriku Cho, District C, Shinkomi. Got it. At Gmail. At Gmail. I love that. Fujieda real. He seemed rather interested in the bunny toy. Taku seemed alarmed by it too. So, what was the story behind the bunny? Technically, it was possible Taku took it while I was sleeping. But judging from his reaction just now, he wasn't lying. His smoke confirmed this. Therefore, Fujieda was the only person who could have taken it. Maybe he knew something about it. pulled on my coat, opted for the stairs over the elevator, and I dashed out of the building. The crescent moon hung in the pitch-black sky, exhaling white fog into the cold, crisp air. I ran off into the night. The address on Fujieda's business card brought me to a 10-story building located in District C. Apparently, the 4th floor was home to the Fujieda law office. It was 3 a.m. Naturally, the entrance was shuttered. I checked the front and back doors and decided to camp out in a nearby alley to wait for Fujieda. Because, yes, that's what you do. Since he was a Takasato lawyer, I couldn't very well ask Eiji about him. I was on my own for this one. So, I sat up against the wall and killed time smoking cigarettes as the sun rose above me. Naturally, the wall and ground were both just as cold as the air. My fingers were starting to go numb. Every time I crushed a cigarette butt, I lit up a new one. But eventually, I ran out of cigs, so I crumpled up the empty pack and stuffed it in my pocket. Taking the butts away from with my feet, I pulled out my cell phone to check the time. 6 a.m. The streets were empty when I got here, and now I could see a few passers-by here and there. Honestly, it didn't have to be Fujieda himself. If someone would arrive to open the 4th floor office, I could just call them and ask about Fujieda. 2 more hours went by. 8 a.m. The shutter over the front entrance was raised, revealing an elevator lobby with floor-to-ceiling glass windows. Security guards stood at the front as a handful of people trickled in. I dialed the number listed on the business card. The phone rang and rang, but no one answered. Evidently, no one was up there yet. I ended the call and resumed my stakeout. Another hour went by. 9 a.m. The exhaustion was making my brain fuzzy, so I pulled my phone back out and called again. After about 6 rings, a calm feminine voice answered.
Oh.
I had waited for so long that I couldn't think straight, and the words didn't come to me right away.
藤枝弁護士に取り継いでほしいのですが。
失礼ですが、どちら様でしょうか。
村瀬クリニックの村瀬と申します。先日藤枝先生が受診された際にご相談いただいた件についてお話があるのですが。
There you go.
かしこまりました。少々お待ちください。
She would be none the wiser. Put me on hold for a few seconds, then returned.
藤枝ですが、本日は出勤しないようです。
そうですか。明日はいかがでしょう。
それが明日以降も未定となっておりまして、お急ぎでしたら折り返すように伝えますが。
そうですね。お願いします。
それでは連絡先をお願いいたします。
I gave her my number. She repeated it back to me for confirmation, then told me she'd let him know. Once the call was over, I exhaled and stuffed my phone back into my pocket. I was craving nicotine, but I already smoked the only pack I brought. Now that I knew Fujieda wasn't coming, there was no point in me staying here. I rose to my feet and ambled down the street. As the bright sunshine streamed down on me from directly overhead, I headed to the park. I was exhausted after pulling an all-nighter. Surprisingly, I walked over to an empty bench and plopped down on it. Then I pulled my phone out of my pocket and checked the screen. No tips from Fujieda. Meanwhile, the sunlight stabbed into my eye without mercy. Phone in hand, I tilted my head down and closed my eye. A short while later, I heard footsteps approaching.
Towa.
Hi. I looked up at the sound of my name and found Sakaki standing right in front of me.
こんなところにいたのか。お前の部屋まで行ったんだが、出かけたって聞いて探したんだぞ。
He let out a heavy sigh, then jerked his head in the direction of the park entrance. A black car was parked there. Ikadashi peeked out from the lowered passenger side window.
車に乗れ。話がある。
わかった。
Frankly, I was too tired to move, but I slowly heaved myself to my feet. I followed him to the car, then climbed into the back seat. Sakaki climbed in after me and pulled the door shut.
お前、どこをほっつき歩いてたんだ
Everywhere.
どこって適当に。
まあ、あちこちうろつくのはお前の趣味みたいなもんだが、しばらくの間気をつけろ。特にトウのにはな。
トウの何かあったのか。
様子がおかしいんだ。それに誰かに狙われてるなんて言ってるらしい。
Yeah, that's true.
狙われてる？誰に？
さあな。俺は知らん。
He shrugged casually.
今はな、大事な時期なんだ。高里組にとっても、新小組にとっても、俺にとってもな。
He murmured to himself, and although his face was turned, I could tell he was serious. When he turned back to me, however, he was smiling again.
ところで、最近調子はどうだ
How am I doing? I'm doing great.
別に。
えらく体調が悪そうだが。
今に始まったことじゃない。
True.
そう言われちまったら納得するしかねえな。
He chuckled.
一応聞いておくが、親父の相続についてはどうする？
必要ない。
そう言うと思ってたよ。まあ戸籍でも何でも気になることがあれば相談しろ。弁護士を紹介してやる。藤江だって先生だ。なんだ、知ってるのか？
You stole my toy.
いや。
お前、顔色が悪いな。
トワさん、大丈夫っすか？
I'm okay, Ikadashi. The concerned Ikadashi turned and looked at me from the front passenger seat.
別にいつもと同じだろ。
いや、疲れてるように見えるぞ。村瀬のところまで送るか？
No.
いい。
I needed to keep looking for Fujieda. But when I shook my head, Sakaki let out an exasperated sigh.
たく、その辺で倒れても知らんからな。
Damn.
ああ。
I nodded and hopped out of the car.
気をつけろよ。
Sakaki waved goodbye. Then the window rolled up and the car took off. As I watched them go, I thought about Fujieda. Where could I find him? For now, my only option was to keep looking. With that, I turned and headed downtown. In the end, I searched all over the place, but never found Fujieda. So I gave up and went to roost. I walked in and sat at the counter like always.
いらっしゃい。
The manager greeted me with a warm smile.
お任せ。
ああ。
了解。
After a brief exchange, I pulled my cigarettes and lighter from my coat pocket and set them on the counter. Then I lit one up and gazed around the unusually crowded bar. Ray was walking from table to table, carrying a tray of drinks. As I watched him, he spotted me and looked back at me in alarm. I looked back at the counter. At some point, a glass of translucent liquid had arrived in front of me. I set my cigarette down, reached for the glass, and took a sip.
今日はウォッカベースにしてみたよ。ど
うまい。
The manager nodded to himself, please.
そういえば、さっきトワ君のファンが来てたんだよ。
I set my glass down, took another drag of my cigarette, and prompted him to continue.
店に飾ってる絵は誰が描いたのかって聞かれたから、ユーフォリアだって教えたんだ。そしたら、すごくいいって言ってたよ。
へえ。
As I gave a half-hearted response, Ray walked over. He leaned one hand on the counter. Instantly, I could tell he was in a bad mood.
ねえ、トワ。スーツを着たメガネの男が来たんだけど、あんたの知り合いなの？
What color were his eyes? His hair color. Tell me everything. I was expecting him to yell at me for giving him the slip, but apparently not. Wait a minute.
スーツにメガネ。
そう。なんでうちに来たのか不思議になるくらい、きっちりとした神経質そうな男だったわ。開店したらすぐに来たの。トワの知り合いだって言ってたけど、本当？
I wouldn't say we're friends, but yeah, we know each other briefly, kind of. It had to be Fujieda. There could be no mistake. So Fujieda came to roost? Floor.
トワ？
Ray saw my face stiffen and furrowed his brow in concern.
何か言ってたか？
言ってたっていうより、トワのことをみんなに聞きまくってたの。店長も私もお客さんにもよ。
その人だよ。僕がさっき話したトワ君のファンって。
He's not a fan.
あの人、全然ファンって感じじゃなかったわよ。それに、店長にトワの絵のことを聞いてたわ。トワが描いた絵を見たことがあるから、似てると思ったらやっぱりそうだったって。
Well, he did get a look at the paintings lying around my room.
それでね、店長がユーフォリアって名前を教えたら、すごい食いついてきたのよ。目の色が変わったって感じで、どうしてその名前にしたんだとかなんとか。でも、ユーフォリアの名付け親って私でしょ？だからそう言ったの。元ネタは、トワの部屋のイーゼルにかかってる懐中時計に刻まれた単語だって。
So Fujieda was interested in Euphoria. But why? This only created more questions.
すごく丁寧な物腰で真面目そうな感じだったけど、あの人、本当にトワの知り合いなの？
Ray leaned over the counter and stared at me.
嘘じゃない。
そう。ならいいんだけど。
He nodded, but he still didn't look entirely convinced. I fell deep into thought. I didn't remember ever telling Fujieda my name, but if he worked for the Takasato Gumi, then he probably had a way of finding out. Besides, this was Shingumi. If he introduced himself as a friend of mine, then he could probably find out about me pretty easily. Including the fact that Roost was my favorite bar. Frowning, Ray reluctantly walked away, but I didn't even notice. I just stared blankly into space. The room was tinged with scarlet light. The silence was terrifying. I was all alone again. It was scary. Someone stood beside me as I lay on the floor. They were silhouetted by the light, so I couldn't see their face. But I could feel fear slowly seeping into my bones, like fabric and water. The fear clung to me at all times, neither swelling nor fading. And at some point, my heart grew numb to it. I got used to feeling scared until eventually, I didn't feel anything at all. My vision was fuzzy, save for one thing. A toy. It was. Yeah, that's right. It was. I snapped awake. Another nightmare. How many times had this happened now? I could only ever remember the vaguest details, and yet it always left a bad taste in my mouth. Oh! Oh! The room is clean! What the fuck? Who cleaned it? It definitely wasn't Towa. As I pushed myself up from the sofa, the headache and nausea quickly set in. I staggered to my feet and walked into the bathroom. Then I lifted the toilet lid, crouched down, and puked. Heartburn receded slightly. I gurgled at the sink, then went back to the living room. Just then, I glanced at the pocket watch on the easel. This was the same pocket watch Ray had mentioned yesterday. It was designed like an antique with an engraving on the back. I sat down on the sofa and grabbed my phone off the coffee table. It was now 9 a.m. Still no word from Fujieda. Let's see. Weather bomb woes, death counts, missing persons, and more. Looking for something. Here's how to recover what you've lost. With a sigh, I tossed my phone to the other end of the sofa and switched on the TV. It felt like ages since I'd last heard the drone of the TV. Lately, I've been too distracted to even think about the silence. As I stared blankly in the direction of the screen, my phone buzzed. Oh! Hikuina is no longer here. Okay. So that's in accordance with kind of Madarame's, except in Madarame, he died in the hospital. Okay. And then Asakura, his is not the same as Intaku's. Because I think Intaku, they put him in like therapy. And then he went back to the mainland, putting the pieces together. So they're kind of like combining some stuff and adding in some new stuff. Okay, I grabbed it and looked at it. But it was just a message from Eiji. Oh, sorry. Apparently it was caused by an overdose. Convenient plot points. Right? Kinda like somebody outside somewhere is pulling strings. Maybe someone wanted to shut them up. Boo. Dizzy, I leaned my full weight against the back of the sofa. Then I tossed my phone down and laid an arm over my eye. Was it all connected, or was it really just a series of well-timed coincidences? Then my phone buzzed again. I thought it'd be another email, but instead it was a call from Fujieda. I answered immediately. This was the first thing he said to me. I sat up straight. And that was it. He hung up instantly. Then before I could even react, the door opened. Brother. Okay, And in walked Fujieda himself. Flexibly, I jumped to my feet.
確認のために電話をした。
He explained without batting a lash.
確認。
ここへ来る前にクリニックへ電話して、村瀬先生に聞いたんだ。事務所へ電話しましたかと。
ああ。
していないとの返答だった。それならと、君に取り継いでもらえるか聞いたんだが、不在にしていると。君に関しては少々疑わしいと思って、確認の電話をさせてもらったというわけだ。
Yeah.
事務所に電話をかけてきたとき、電話番号をことつけただろう。あの番号は本当に君のものだったんだな。
As he explained all this, I stared back at him coldly.
ちょうどいい。こっちもあんたに聞きたいことがある。
Where's the rabbit? Well, bunny, they called it.
だから事務所にまで電話をしてきたのか。
ああ。ぬいぐるみを持って行ったのはあんただろ。
何のことだ？
His expression didn't shift, and neither did his smoke. But I knew for a fact it must have been him.
しらばっくれる
な。何か証拠でもあるのか？
Considering it was here, when you were here, and then when you left it wasn't. I clicked my tongue in frustration.
私も君に聞きたいことがある。
What do you want?
トワ、いつまで寝てるの？そろそろ起きて。
Just then, the door swung open, and a cheerful voice rang out. Ray walked into the room, saw us, and froze. Fujieda glanced at him, then turned back to me.
君は絵を描くとき、ユーフォリアという別名を名乗っているそうだな。君の友達の提案だと本人から聞いたが、その名を採用した理由は？
I couldn't be fluffed.
やだ、それ私のこと。
Ray pressed a hand to his mouth.
あんたには関係ない。
約1ヶ月半前、生稲隆という青年と会ったな。その青年が昨日自殺した。調べてみたところ、表向きには彼が何か大きな問題を抱えていたとか、そういうことは特になかったようだ。
He paused there to gaze at me quietly.
ユーフォリア、結構な趣味じゃないか。ルーストのスタッフと客は親切だな。こちらの質問に快く答えてくれた。君が密かに行っていること、特に生稲の件に関しては自殺幇助に該当する可能性がある。
Are you trying to get me locked up?
が、別に脅そうというつもりではない。少し話を聞きたいだけだ。わかるだろう。
No. No. His smoke was unnaturally still and static. It was impossible to tell whether he was lying. I gazed cautiously into his eyes as I opened my mouth to speak.
名前に理由なんてない。 何でもよかった。
そうか。君の友達の話によると、ユーフォリアの由来は懐中時計だそうだな。その懐中時計を見せてもらえないか？
No. Silently, I jerked my chin in the direction of the easel.
少し借りてもいいだろうか。
Like you borrowed my bunny? I'm never gonna see it again if I do that. He didn't seem to care about my answer, because he pulled it off the easel and put it in his pocket. Okay.
レイ、どうした？何かあったか？それとも、トワはまだ起きて。
Just then, Taku peeked in.
あんた。
As soon as he laid eyes on Fujieda, his expression hardened.
先ほどは失礼しました。
なんでここに？
先生はトワさんがいないとおっしゃられていましたが、念のために確認をと思いまして。部屋にいたようでよかったです。
I like this guy. He's fun. He's fun. Fujieda's voice was so level, you wouldn't even realize he was being sarcastic. Until he smirked, that is. Taku glared back at him silently.
では、私はこれで。
何を調べてる？高里組に言われたのか？
When I called after him, he stopped and looked over his shoulder.
ただの君の絵のファンだよ。
I don't know about that one. I think I don't know about that one. His voice was flat and emotionless. Then he continued.
聞いてばかりでは申し訳ないから、最後に一つ。こちらからも情報を提供しよう。
Oh?
昔、ユーフォリアという店があったことを知っているか？
Maya probably owned it. That's probably it.
その話を知ったとき、こう思った。君と同じ名前だ。
Yeah, it was probably Maya's establishment before it obviously shut down. With that meaningful comment, he left the room. As the door shut behind him, I stood there blankly. Ray and Taku were both frozen in place. So what if there used to be some kind of business called Euphoria? What of it?
大丈夫か？
Yeah. I didn't answer or even look at him. I still didn't feel like talking to him. It's fair.
急にあの人がいたからびっくりしたけど、トワも嫌な気分になるわよね。
Sensing the awkward tension, Ray spoke stiffly while glancing between me and Taku.
ちょっと常識がないわよね。勝手に人の部屋に入るなんて。
俺は仕事に戻るぞ。
Taku muttered quietly before leaving the room.
私も戻る。トワ、まだ休んでてもいいからね。
With that, Ray rushed out of the room after him. Fujieda. He was the most unreadable person I'd ever met in my life. Staring into his eyes didn't ruffle him in the slightest. Not even his smoke changed. What was he after? I couldn't figure it out. Who even was he? All I knew for sure was that he wasn't remotely trustworthy. Like most people in Shinkugumi, but here we are. Alright, and I think we will stop here for now. Because we did definitely go through a lot. So we will save. Alright. Slowly. This is getting more and more convoluted. Then I thought it could. I mean, than ever. Words are failing me right now. That's how. Whoa. There's just like so much going on. Like my mind is struggling to piece it all together. I'm really trying so hard to like big brain all of this. Okay, but I am fairly certain that Euphoria is the name of Maya's establishment that she used to run. And obviously in that place, she was doing stuff to Towa. Well, allowing stuff to happen to Towa. And frankly, that upsets me. Like, here I thought, you know, that maybe his mom actually gave a rat's ass about him, but apparently not. And I'm also guessing that it wasn't an accident that took his sister's life, but his sister was also being used in the same way as Towa, but unfortunately, whatever they were in the middle of doing, she ended up dying. So yeah, that's probably what happened. Man, this is getting... Like, I knew he had like a bad past, but I didn't think it was this bad. Holy. Alright. Thank you guys for watching the video. I will obviously be posting the next parts whenever I can. And with that, I will see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye.